Welcome. Welcome once again to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel, and welcome to another one-shot of Symbaroum, the Swedish dark fantasy role-playing game. For all of those of you who are not familiar with Symbaroum yet, who might be watching this, there is a link in the description, or two links really, in the description underneath the video, linking to two short videos that I have made explaining, on the one hand, the rules of Symbaroum, which are very simple. Basically, you have stats and... Welcome once again to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel, and welcome to another one-shot of Symbaroum, the Swedish dark fantasy role-playing game. Okay, that was me twice. Cool. Well, anyway, sorry about that. I can never get enough of that voice. Sorry. Anyway, links in the description leading you to a short video that explains the background, like the setting of Symbaroum, and another short video that explains the rules of Symbaroum. If you are not watching this live, there will probably be links like right here and right here in the video leading to these videos. So you can pause this video right now, look at them, and get a feeling for the system and the settings. So I don't want to explain it in too many details right now. Just really quickly, the rules work. You have a d20. You need to roll low. You need to roll equal or lower than your stats, and then you have a success. If you roll above, then that is a fail. System-wise, setting-wise, Symbaroum is a dark fantasy role-playing game. It is quite dangerous and deadly, and it is mostly set in the realm of Davokar, which is a massive forest riddled with old ruins that hold all kinds of weird items. Ruins left over of the civilization by the name of Symbaroum, from which the game takes its name. It is a Swedish role-playing game, only recently translated into English, and just as we speak, being translated into German, Italian, Spanish, and other languages. French, I believe, as well, and maybe some more. And it is very much a pretty great game, as you will hopefully see tonight. And we have 4 players, as you can see to my left, who are playing their own characters. This is, as far as Symbaroum goes, more of a sort of mid-range adventure. The characters are a fair decent step above your beginning characters. They have some pretty decent feats and skills that beginning characters do not necessarily have. They're still a ways off from the super high level Symbaroum characters, but to be fair, Symbaroum is quite deadly, and I doubt that there's that many people making it to high levels. So this is already fairly high. Okay, now let us jump into tonight's adventure, Dreams of Frozen Gods. Now, the great dark forest of Davokar is covered by snow. Winter has come. And with winter, the Dragoul, the wandering dead, returning for their graves, from their graves, revenants, walking and stalking the countryside, attacking both the civilized realms of Umbria and the barbarian tribesmen living on the edges of the forests. The evil coming from the old ruins of Symbaroum seems to be stirring in the middle of winter. The Queen's Rangers, they who watch over the borders and patrol the edges of the forest and try to uphold some sort of more or less civilized conduct with the barbarian tribes, are hard-pressed to have lost many of their numbers to the wandering dead. No one really knows where the dead are coming from, but the Duchy of New Barator, the easternmost duchy of the realm of Umbria, is especially hard-pressed. The Duke of New Barator has set out to find skilled adventurers, treasure hunters, and people familiar with the darkness of Davokar, with the depths of the forest, to find the source of the Dragoul, of the wandering dead, whichever malicious power might give them their unlife, and to put a stop to the invasion one way or the other. And our player characters tonight are those heroes, have set out to win the Duke's favor and the Duke's riches if they return. And if not, well, no one will ever really know nor miss them. The Duke has not lost much if a few mercenaries disappear, for there's always more mercenaries. Anyway, as this adventure is happening, we are approaching the Weeping Fort, an old fortress held by the Queen's Rangers, quite deep within Davokar. The Weeping Fort is about 3 days' march north of Caro's Fen, which is a fairly large settlement, the northernmost settlement of the whole realm of Embria. In fact, it is, as I said, about 3 days within the forest, and our player characters have made their way there. They have met with envoys of the Duke there, and they have been taken by a group of rangers through the forest to the Weeping Fort. There, they are about to meet with Captain Aro of the Queen's Rangers and some soldiers of the barbarian clan of the Vaivod, which are the dominant clan in this area, the easternmost part of Davokar. Or the southeasternmost corner of Davokar, I should say. It is cold, there is snow, the winds are howling. Our characters have been walking for 3 days straight, and walking in Davokar is not pleasant even in summer. In winter, despite it being treacherously quiet, the wind and the cold have their own deadly sting. Now, as I said, they are approaching the Weeping Fort, and as they are doing so on this snowy, cold winter afternoon, I will give our players the chance to introduce their characters to, well, myself, to the other players, and to you guys who are watching this. And we will be starting with Stephen. So go ahead, Stephen, and give us a quick description of the character you are playing tonight.
Okay, so I'm playing Styx, who is a goblin treasure hunter. And basically when you see Styx, you see clothes. He's basically covered head to toe in what looks like armor. It's silky armor though, like silk woven armor. He even wears a face mask. Like the only time you'll see his face is when he eats. The reason being is that goblins are considered pariahs throughout Symbaroum. So for the most part, he understands that people don't really like goblins, so he tends to cover himself up, doesn't speak a whole lot. One thing you do know, it says he has a habit of making knives appear in his hands and then disappear. Just real quick actions, like a nervous tick almost. So he's constantly seems to be moving, like he doesn't want to stay still.
All right, and that is Styx, our fidgety, fast goblin blade master. Goblins in Symbaroum, by the way, are a very short-lived race. They're not stupid by any means, but they only live like 25 years or so, which fills them with this nervous energy. They need to get things done because they don't have a lot of time. They're like the white rabbit in Alice in Wonderland. Time's always running out for them. So that means sometimes they get things done surprisingly fast, and sometimes, well, they act a little too fast, and that might be their undoing. We'll see how Styx fares tonight. He has definitely made a name for himself so far. Otherwise, he would not be here. Okay, and moving over to Russell. Russell, go ahead, introduce your character to us that you're playing tonight.
Tonight, I'm going to be playing Carlio. Carlio is a human sellsword. He's built up a bit of a reputation, and that's why he's actually been hired for this job. He does have the trait of being short-lived. That being the case, there is something going on within the confines of his physical body. He's a bit of an ill, sickly fellow, starting to look a little bit emaciated. But nevertheless, he is a strong warrior. He's a skilled warrior. He's kind of recognizing perhaps that he doesn't have that much time left, and he's getting a little bit philosophical because of that. But he's a proud man, and he's happy to take this gig on because he's a proud warrior.
All right, and Carlio is an Ambrian, so he comes from the civilized part of the society of Symbaroum. He's not a member of the barbaric tribes. And I believe his favorite weapon is a spear, right?
He's a spear, so he does have a pole
arm mastery, yes. So we'll come to that once it starts. Symbaroum is one of the few games where spears are actually pretty damn awesome, which I personally love. And you'll see why once we get into combat and Carlio starts stabbing things left and right and center. And
he walks around with a shield and a spear, but at times he will throw his shield and just utilize the spear to its full ferocity.
All right, excellent. And Carlio is also wearing, I believe, medium armor, right? Some sort
Correct.
of chainmail or something.
Correct.
Excellent. Okay, and that's Russell's character, Carlia. Moving over to Martin's character tonight. Go ahead, Martin. Please introduce your character to us.
All right, so I'm playing Illitran, the changeling sorcerer, self-proclaimed Lord of Worms. Illitran has a dark grey tone to his skin. His eyes are pale with black irises, and there are strangely shaped scars all across his skin. What skin is not covered by his clothing? Fucking hell. My tongue twisters. He's wearing a brown gown with a variety of bones tied to it, all with runes scrolled across them. He holds a long gnarled staff in his hand, and a dagger hangs by his belt, and strange herbal smells emanate from his backpack.
All right. And Iltran is a changeling, which means that he is of elven descent, but for some reason the elves have left him while he was a baby with the humans, so he was brought up in human society, always distrusted because of his weird looks and his even weirder magical powers. And Iltran is also a sorcerer, so he is one of those who, well, dabble in the forbidden arts of magic, the more forbidden even, because magic in Symbaroum is always dangerous, especially so for a sorcerer. But the sorcerers walk the thin, razor-edged path between being corrupted and gaining a lot of power, for they draw power from the very corruption of magic that flows through them. So we'll see if Iltran comes away with his sanity and his physical form untouched, or whether he goes down an even darker path than the one he's already on. We will see. And that is how magic works in Symbaroum. But you'll find that out later on once things start getting a little weirder. Okay, and last but not least, we have our Robert joining us tonight. Go ahead, Robert. Please give us an introduction into your character.
Well, Conrad is a rather large barbarian from the forests. He's a man of few words and many ales. He's basically a shaved, tattooed, large individual who wields a double-headed axe, which he rests upon his shoulders rather lackadaisically. He's covered, him being well used to traveling in the wilderness and the forests, etc. He's well covered in bear skins atop his armor, which he can use extremely well for such a large man. Got a bit of a brooding type character because he's recently had something happen, lost someone, and he's rather peeved at that. So he's decided to start going back as a sellsword to take his mind off things.
Yes, well, tonight I can promise you that his mind will be taken off things. For sure, maybe permanently so. We will see. Okay.
His head will be taken.
Yes, well. And that is our party for the evening. We will see how long we remain with a full party. Okay. And as this adventure starts, as I said before, we are approaching the Weeping Fort. You have been led for 3 days by a group of about half a dozen rangers who look nervous, they look tired, and they look cold. You probably don't look that different, except for maybe the nervousness, for you have been deeper into Davokar than these rangers have, and you have faced worse things than Dragoul, even though the Wandering Dead are bad enough as they are. However, you are now approaching the Weeping Fort, this old fortress built by who knows whom in a time where before the Ambrian kingdom came to Davokar, and before the most recent the most recent version of the barbarian tribes have roamed the plains and the forests. It is not a large structure by any means, but it is rising high up out the forest, standing on a weirdly artificially shaped cliff, very straight from 3 sides, and a very thin path meandering its way up on a 4th side. You can see walls built from this dark gray, very smooth looking stone, a single tower jutting out of the center, and murder holes just gazing out like 100 hungry black eyes into the forest. And you can see rangers, members of the Queen's own ranger guard, dressed in these dark green and gray cloaks, high boots, and carrying longbows in their hands, both on the walls themselves and on the at the gate. And you can see that there is very heavy smoke, 2 columns of heavy smoke rising up from what looks to be the inner courtyard of the fort. Unusually thick columns of smoke, in fact. And as you are approaching, you can see one of the rangers at the door, who's standing at the gate, raise a hunting horn to his lips and blow a single note. Well, 2 notes. And the activity in the fort stops, and then you can hear an answering horn somewhere deep from within. Boo, boo. And the rangers that were leading you, one of them, a bearded fella whose name you haven't really learned, looks over to you and says, "That's right, we're here. Captain Otto will be glad to see you. Let's hurry up. There's gonna have been quite a few Dragoul around here. We don't want to be caught up and forced to battle them if we don't have to." And the rangers all start hurrying up this road leading up to the main gate, or to the one gate that you can see, really. What do you wish to do?
I understood it as we're supposed to follow them.
Probably.
Yeah, so we follow them.
Excellent. You follow up.
Jog along.
You're gazing backwards into the forest behind you. The forest is dark, covered in white, but still also covered in shadow. It is a dark afternoon with heavy snow clouds above you. No snow at the very moment, except for a few flakes here and there, but there is very little sunlight actually piercing through the clouds. For now, the forest is still. No movement to be seen. And then you enter through this gateway. There is an iron portcullis that seems new and not fitting to the gate at all. It looks like 2 things, technologies from 2 epochs sort of mashed together. However, it is functional. The portcullis goes up and you enter, the portcullis goes down, and you're instantly surrounded by rangers that all have their short swords out, not in an aggressive manner, but definitely in a very vigilant manner. The leader of your group, the bearded guy, just raises both arms and says, "It's all right. There's the ones willing to take the Duke's money. They've come to speak to the captain. But first, I believe," he looks back to you, gives you a nod and says, "I believe we'd all appreciate a warm fire and some food. Anything warm will do." One of the rangers that has been guarding the gate, a blonde guy with a stooping mustache, looks over to you, says, "So you're crazy enough to go out in the forest, look for the source of all the dead, come wandering our way?"
Aye.
If the money's good enough.
"It's the Duke's money. I don't know anything about any reward, so I'm assuming you already did. Anyway, you'll talk to the captain. But a fire and some food, that we can do. Follow me." He turns around and walks across the courtyard through a small gate on the other side that seems to be leading into the tower, this central structure rising up high. And you can see that now where the smoke is coming from. There's 2 piles of bodies being burned in the center of the courtyard. You see blue and white skin, even like ice crystals on some of them, slowly being melted. And the stench is indescribable as you cross this courtyard. The stench of burning flesh and burning clothing. And because the bodies seem partially frozen, that they are burning here, there's a constant sizzle in the flames as water is being basically, as the corpses are also melting, not just burning up. So the flame are sort of, the flames are spitting and shifting as you walk past. You count at least about 25 or so bodies in total that are being burned in those 2 piles.
I ask the busy night then.
I'm sorry?
I ask the the chap with the long moustache.
Yeah.
Busy night then.
Aye. Dragoul are coming every day. Last attack was just a few hours ago. They're not only moving during the nighttime. Don't misunderstand that. They can come upon you during the day as easily. Luckily, we are safe here behind the walls. Most of them choose to attack us, but I've heard that the Davokar clan has had quite a few fierce battles, and I'm guessing a few would be slipping past us, moving towards Karos Fen. Not much we can do about that. I just hope the mayor there is prepared to handle things. You haven't had any trouble along the road?
All the bodies, Dragoul.
Aye, this time, yes. We have lost 8 men so far, but none in the last day and a half. He leads you into a small room and a large fireplace. You can see there's a couple of wardens, a couple of the rangers already huddled close to the fireplace, just like the cloaks clasped tight around their forms. And there's also a small pot with some sort of stew slowly bubbling away within. The guy who's led you in, the mustached one, looks over and says, "Right, boys. These are the mercenaries, the Duke's men. Move aside. They've been walking through the forest for a few days now. Give them some space in the fire and dish them out some warm broth. I'll go get the captain." A couple of the men look up to you, and you see pale, tired-looking faces, dark circles under their eyes. These men have been pushed to the breaking point. And they do give you nods, however, and a few give you sharp looks. And you do realize these men, even though they are pushed close to the breaking point, they are willing to go down after a long and hard fight and not a moment before that. And they do shuffle to the side, even though they do not look particularly happy to see you. But nonetheless, they do shuffle aside, and one of them just nods towards the cauldron and says, "Suit yourselves, should be mostly ready now."
Thank you, laddie. Go over and start eating their fine broth.
It's not great, but you've had way worse.
Yeah.
And it's warm. It's warm. That's all that counts in this moment, honestly.
Carlio breaks out into a coughing fit. It's very wet, phlegmy kind of a cough, and then starts eating straight out of the bowl. He's starving.
One of the guys looks over to Alex and says, "You all right there? That doesn't sound good."
"I'm okay, mate. Just worry about yourself."
Fair enough. We got more things to worry about than a little bit of a chest cold, eh?
Aye.
Illitron is gonna open a packet of smelly herbs and drop them into a soup before he eats it.
Into your bowl or into the cauldron?
Into my bowl.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Right.
Yeah.
No one will say much. I mean, you are used to cold welcomes, being a changeling and all. The people here seem less cold than some other welcomes that you have seen. They are probably used to weird stuff, living in the forest most of their lives and all that. Davokar is a weird place, after all.
So, what's the news then, gents?
News?
Yeah. What's been happening? Anything to report?
Well, one of the guys from the corner says, "We've had Dragoul sightings nearly every day. Must have killed at least about 60 or so of them. Well, destroyed. Killed's probably not the right word. Some of them been wearing very old armor, older than anything I've ever seen. Didn't know about where they come from, but they must have been buried deep. Still coming out despite the frozen ground. Coming from up north, but that's the best we can tell."
We'll soon find what they're up to.
Another guy Sitting close to the fire, a redhead with a bushy beard, an older man with several scars on his face, looks sort of over his shoulder and says, well, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. They're crazy enough to go out in the snowstorm looking for Dragoul, and whatever's spawning them, it's probably worse than Dragoul. I mean, you've got some balls on you, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. And as he's saying that, the door behind you opens up, and all the rangers get up immediately and sort of put their hand to their chest in like a closed fist, saluting to the person entering. The man who comes inside is large, not tall as such, but wide-shouldered, with a barrel chest, dressed in what looks to be a fur coat that's tied up from many, many different types of fur. He looks, in fact, especially for you, Conrad, he looks like he's more of a barbarian blood than Ambrian. Even though the Ambrians only arrived like 20 years ago, and this man is probably in his late 30s, early 40s. So he can't really be mixed blood, but you're not quite sure. He looks, to you, he looks more barbarian than Ambrian. However, he does speak Ambrian as he speaks up, and you can see this chiseled face with a fairly large chin, a little bit of a brownish and silver beard, and very short cropped hair, military fashion, sort of like Russell's at the moment. He looks up, just scratches his nose as he's looking at you, and just basically looks at each of you, looks you in the eye for about a couple seconds, and then shifts over to the next and the next. And then the end looks over to Styx. His eyes go a little narrower as he's looking at Styx, still scratching his nose. And then he says, all right, my name's Aro. I'm the captain of this fine fort here. You're the man who came up from Carrow's Fen, right? The ones who took the Duke's coin?
That would be us.
All right.
Right. A changeling. You're Ambrian, I guess. He points Carlia, look with his chin. And Conrad, and he looks at Conrad and says, and you? What tribe are you from?
Oh, here and there.
Right. Tribeless, huh? Well, that's none of my business then. And what are you, little one? What hides behind the mask?
I'm Goblin.
It's fair enough. Well, you got nothing against goblins here. Your kind are part of the old people. You know the some parts of the forest even better than we rangers do. So don't worry. We have nothing against you. Now, my name's Aro. Oh, I think I already said that. We'll set out tomorrow. He sits down, some of his men moving to the side to give him a bit of space, and points at the bench opposite him. There's like a simple wooden table, basically, with benches on both sides. Sit, let's talk.
Bring me broth over and plant my massive form opposite him.
Now, tomorrow morning, or maybe this evening still, we're not sure. We expect some warriors of the Vivod tribe to join us, led by a man called Alter. He's a hothead, but he's a good fighter. They'll help us. The plan is we draw the Dragoul's attention, we slip past them, journey up north, find wherever they're coming from and stop it. I don't know exactly what's going on up north. Ever since they started coming out, we didn't have much chance to push up north anymore. But you'll figure it out, I'm sure. See what the weather's like tomorrow. And that's pretty much the plan, as it is.
It's as good as any, I suppose.
Simple, straightforward. Not much that can go wrong, at least for the plan as such.
What do you think, lads?
Carlio just he kind of looks at Captain Arrow and he says, "So, Captain, in your experience, Dragouls, is anything strange about the way these ones are behaving? One of your men seem to think that the behavior's changed. They're coming out now day and night."
Oh, they've always been out day and night. That's not unusual. It's just the number that's unusual. We've always had some Dragoul, some small groups wandering around, attacking. My men are pretty proficient at taking them down. In the meantime, we've been battling them on and off for about, what, 6 years now? He looks around. One of the guys says, "Aye, sounds about right." Now, there must be hundreds of them out there, though. Maybe thousands in the forest. We've heard that the Voivodes have lost a bunch of warriors to them in the last couple of weeks. Usually they're allies. We have some trouble with them every now and then, but nothing major. But the Dragoul are definitely a common enemy. These things, they're looking for the warmth of our flesh, I guess. Well, that's what the mystics say. He casts a quick glance towards Iltran as he says that. And then continues. These ones, they're not unusual in their behavior so much, although we've seen a few weird ones. Not, again, in their behavior. Dragoul are pretty straightforward. If they sniff you out, they come for you with all that they got. They keep running after you until they catch you or until they are chopped to pieces. You can't really outrun them. They never tire. They don't need to sleep. They're not particularly fast, but once they get your trail, it's hard to shake them off. Now, some of the more recent ones, they've been wearing weird armor. I've never seen anything like it before. In fact, Ginter, he looks at the older fellow, the red-haired one with the beard that was sitting next to the fireplace. "Bring me one of those gloves, will you?" "Aye, Captain, of course." The guy leaves the room. Arrow looks to you and says, "You see, I don't know what it is, what kind of armor it is they're wearing, but if I were to guess, I think these ones were buried deep, been in the ground for a while. Hardly any meat on them, mostly bone, some shriveled skin. I mean, they die or are destroyed like anyone else, any other Dragoul. But I'm worried that there might be something darker behind them."
Is the armor metallic or leather or something?
It is, well, as much as you can say, some sort of metal. Yeah, we've seen several with what looks to be, not sure, maybe like sun-shaped symbols. Nothing Prios-wise, though. These are no priests of Prios. For no way. But the symbols, they kind of look like suns, or maybe some sort of weird star or something.
Would my character have ever seen anything like that throughout his travels?
Well, you wait for a few minutes, and then the man Ginter comes back and puts, without speaking, just puts what looks to be a large sort of like a hand guard sort of thing. Oh, not a hand guard, like a glove that goes up to your elbow. It's like one of those arm protectors, I guess.
Yeah.
Without fingers. There's no fingers. It's just one of those things you slip on. It looks old. It's made of this dark green metal, very thin looking, with these spiral-like symbols that seem to be made of this silverish metal. Look nearly like spider webs moving, like crawling across the metal, basically. And where the back of the hand would be, basically, is this weird star or sun-shaped symbol, basically like like a circle in the center with 8 jagged lines protruding from it.
Yeah, that's the. Like, any chance of it ever seen anything like it?
Give me a cunning check.
Aye.
I'd like to do that as well.
Certainly, yes.
Cunning. Oh God. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think it was that.
I got a 4. So
Nope. Never
Okay,
mind.
so Iltrand is unfamiliar to you, I'm afraid. And Conrad, what did you roll?
4.
4, and what's your cunning?
8.
It strikes you as familiar. You can't really recall any details, but for some reason you believe that the shape is not a sun or a star, that it is a spider instead.
I am. That's no sun. That's a spider, I think. Looks to me like a spider.
A spider, you say? Well, it could be, I guess.
It's from. There's something familiar about it.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? That's one of the many strange things of Davokar. I mean, we know of at least 2 civilizations that have been here before us, don't we? So, whatever. I'm not so worried about the symbol as I am about the number of these Dragoul. I mean, people have been living here and dying here for thousands of years. If all the dead come out of the ground, we'll be swarmed. The living stand no chance against all the dead of the centuries.
There must be some powerful magic afoot.
Yeah, that's my guess is as good as yours. I wouldn't know. What about you, Changeling? You have the bearings of a mystic around you.
Yes, unfortunately, necromancy isn't my thing, and neither is history.
Fair enough. Well then, it's pretty much as I can tell you.
As long as they can die.
Oh, they die. Or, well, stop moving anyway. Chop them up. Stab your spear to their faces. They die. Like any man or anything man-shaped dies.
Well, in my books, the more there are to kill.
You're a brave one for sure. Maybe a bit crazy. But that's not for me to judge. I guess a mixture of bravery and craziness is what makes guys like you successful. Treasure hunting in Davokar and such.
With that, I'll start coughing. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's all right. The winter's been hard on all of us. So luckily, we still have plenty of food. Before the first snow came, a large caravan came through. Stacked us right up as if the queen or the duke knew that there's going to be trouble. But then again, he shrugs. And the other wardens, like all of them in the same tone and at the same moment just say, there's always trouble. Like all 6 of them in the room. And Captain Arrow just grins and says, aye, that's right, boys. There's always trouble. Anyway, I can stay right here in this room where it's nice and warm, spend the night here. We'll be on the lookout for Alter and his Vivod warriors. Hopefully they'll show up soon. Ideally before nightfall. You rest. You'll need your strength tomorrow. You'll find me in the tower if you need anything. Or otherwise, just ask Ginter here. He'll provide you with basics if need be. We don't have anything fancy here, though. So, strike that notion out of your head.
Aye.
All right, then. I will probably see you in the morning. Stands up and leaves the room, followed by most of the other most of the other rangers. Only the redhead Ginter stays behind, still warming his hands at the fireplace.
I'll go have a chat with him, with Gunther.
Okay, sure.
Gunther, how long have you
Shuffles
been?
over as you sit down next to him, next to the fire. It's very nice next to the fireplace. Nearly makes you forget that you're in the middle of some fucking forest in the middle of winter.
Yeah, I think Carlo will get as close to the fire as possible. And so Gunther, so tell me, how long have you been in this
It's
part of the
Günther.
world?
Ginter with an with an I.
Gunther,
Yes.
how long have you been as
What?
patient here?
Here in the Weeping Fort. A good 5 years.
And when did these attacks, how recently did these attacks start?
There's always been Dragoul ever since I arrived, but the massive, the larger ones, about a month ago. Maybe 3.5 weeks, something like that.
And that armor with the that strange, almost spider-looking insignia that only appeared in the last month.
I haven't seen it before about a week ago, maybe.
Just a week ago.
Aye.
How were the first wave of Dragoul? Were they just dressed normally?
Most of them are dressed in like torn, rotten leather and fur and such. Just pieces of armor
And now,
here and there.
and now they're becoming armored in the last week or so.
Oh, only some of them. Most of them are still the same. We've maybe spotted, I'd say, I don't know, half a dozen or so of those pieces of armor, like the captain showed you.
Do they seem as if they perhaps in positions of power? Are they leaders of the Dragoul?
No, not that I could say. They were dominant, and the other Dragoul. Luckily, they're unorganized. If they had waited and then attacked us from all sides, swarmed the walls, they'd think we could beat them back. But luckily, they're stupid. I mean, if your brain's rotten away, how clever can you be?
Aye. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your information.
Of course, anything to make our lives easier. We're working together after all, right?
Right.
Let me know if you need anything else. I can get you some more food or something, or thicker blankets if you don't have them already. But I guess if you didn't have them, you'd already have been frozen to death out in the forest.
Just maybe a strong drink or brandy just to warm up the old bones.
Right. Yeah, the captain keeps the best stuff in his personal stores, but I'll go talk to him for this occasion. I mean, tomorrow we might all be dead, and we might all be Dragoul, for all I fucking know. He stands up, looks around, gives a nod towards sort of the rest of the group, and walks out.
What time of the day is it now?
It would be about maybe it was like around maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock when you arrived. It would be about 5 now, or close to 5 anyway. And which means it is getting dark. Winter is a dark time in Davokar. The sun is going down quite early, but 5:30 is already fairly dark.
Okay. I'll just take out some tobacco, smoke near the fire.
All right. What about the rest of you?
Styx is gonna lay out his bedroll and start cleaning and sharpening his weapons. So basically, you see a goblin with 2 swords and an assortment of knives sitting in the floor.
Yeah, spreading out all these mini sharp blades around him.
There are still soldiers in the room, right?
No, you're alone at the moment.
Okay, yeah. They never mentioned if the Dragoul ever came close to the fort either. Don't remember that.
I'm sure if they do, we'll hear alarms. I hope.
That's a good point, actually. All right. Well, anything else we need done today?
I think we just got to wait for the barbarian clan to arrive.
Right, so you wait for about half an hour or so. Then Ginter comes back with a bottle, puts it on a table, and says, "There you go. That's one bottle. It's all you got, but it's better make that last, and don't overdo it. It's pretty powerful stuff. Packs a punch. You wouldn't want to be hungover tomorrow."
Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, thank you.
Well, it might be the last time though.
Let's just all have a drink then.
He gives a nod, actually takes a small drink himself from the bottle, and that's enough for me. Need to get back on my post. Can't say I'll enjoy it. He walks over to the fire one last time, just spends like 10-15 seconds warming his hands up, then puts his thick gloves on, sort of draws his cloak around him and walks out into the snow.
One moment.
Right.
Do the Dragoul ever come close to the fort?
Hey, we've been attacked several times.
All right. Yeah.
Nothing to worry about though. Small groups. We pick them off when while they're trying to scale the walls. Don't worry. You're safe here for now.
They scale, yeah. They can scale walls. Sorry, just me talking, as in Robert talking. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Cool. That's interesting.
Okay. So yeah, you're left alone with the bottle.
Right, lads. Who's up for some?
I'll have some. I'll have a mean hearty swig from the bottle.
It's pretty powerful stuff. Not great quality or anything, but hot, burning.
I'll give the bottle to the big barbarian Conrad, and I'll go into immediate coughing fit as the alcohol seeps down into the stomach.
You all right, lad?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Thank you, sir.
I take a rather large swig and then hand it over to the goblin who's here. This'll help.
The bottle's like half as big as he is.
Yeah. Get it down, yeah. Probably needs a thimbleful.
Alex?
Yes.
I don't have witch sight, but could I roll something to see if maybe I can detect some corruption coming off of Russell's character?
I'm afraid not. Without witch
Okay,
sight,
never mind.
you can detect like very large amounts of corruption with your magical senses, but with witch sight, without witch sight, you would not be able to do that. No.
Yep.
Styx thanks them for the bottle, takes it, pours some in the rag, and then starts wiping his blades with it.
Give me that.
This'll put a good shine.
What a waste. Here. I hand it over to Martin's character.
Illithran.
And yeah.
Yeah, well, he takes a swig, obviously.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So you're sitting in a fairly warm room. You hear the wind howling outside. You passing the bottle around. Bottle's slowly getting a bit emptier. You're getting warm, but not by any means like super drunk. I mean, it is only one bottle and there's 4 of you, and the goblin used like a quarter of it for his blades. So his quarters, basically. But anyway, as slowly the darkness settles outside, gets quieter and quieter, and then just as you're pretty much getting ready to for bed, you hear a horn outside, and then another one, and then another one, and then another horn that you have not heard before, one that is a very distinctively different sound, and one that you, Conrad, recognize definitely as a horn of the free people, the barbarian tribes. It goes somewhere outside, somewhere in the forest. Not very far off, though.
That'll be them then. There's a few free people coming as well.
And yeah, you hear voices few shouts. You can't really make out any details. Across the courtyard at the gate. And then you hear more voices in the courtyard.
Is there? I presume there's some kind of arrow slits here. Is there?
No, this room actually doesn't not have windows.
Oh, okay.
It's like on the interior side of the courtyard, sort of like there's a door opening up out into the courtyard, but there's no windows. You'd have to open the door to look outside.
Okay.
Let's go greet them, shall we?
Aye.
Okay,
Why not?
you open the door and you can see there's about half a dozen barbarians standing in the courtyard. They look like they have had some rough fighting done very recently. Several of them have wounds that are being basically dressed up by some of the rangers at the very moment. You can see one guy who's sort of limping past you. Another one is holding a broken spear in his hand, sort of leaning against it, exhausted. And they seem to be led by a tall, lanky, but kind of dangerous-looking fellow who's holding a very long sort of halberd-type weapon, a very long, an axe head on a sort of spear shaft type of thing, and using it to hold himself up. He has a blonde beard with some blood, and you can see there's a fairly fresh cut on one cheek, not very deep, but flowing. Blood is flowing over his face into his beard as he's standing there, and he takes off his metal helmet that signifies him as a warrior of some stature. Only the sort of richer or more experienced warriors in the tribes have this type of very well-made metal helmets and general equipment. He's also wearing a very finely made chain shirt underneath his fur, or one underneath the top layer of his fur. He looks around, and you can see Captain Aro stepping up to him, and they exchange about a conversation about a minute or so long. And then Aro points in your direction. The barbarian guy looks up, gives you a nod, says something to Aro, and then comes over to you, like using the halberd basically like a walking staff as he walks up.
Greetings, brother. Looks like you've had an eventful night. Conrad is my name. I thrust out my hand.
Yeah, he takes
class
it.
from proper warrior to like a group.
He's strong, but he's also exhausted. You can feel it like in his grip. He says, "Name's Wikmar of the Wywood clan."
I've heard of you.
No. Well, you're the ones supposed to stop this, right? To put an end to it.
Aye, that's us.
He looks around. Curious group you have here. An Ambrian, one of my folk. Changeling, with elvish blood in him. And a goblin. And he gives both Iltron and Styx a fairly respectful, sort of not very deep, but still a bow. This is, "Greetings, elder folk. I have not seen many of you around recently."
Well, what's with the Ambrians trying to cast us out? Probably not see more of us.
Well, to be perfectly fair, I am very happy not to have seen too many of your blood recently. We've lost enough men to the elves. One good thing is that the Dragoul have chased them off as well. Anyway, so you're the ones. He looks around, looks over to his men who are now being basically carried off or helped off into one of the other, what looks to be larger, like main gathering rooms of the keep by some of the rangers. Well, it looks my men are taken care of. Now, can I have the honor of your fire?
Of course.
He pushes into the room and takes off his sort of heavy bear fur that he's wearing, just lets it slump to the ground, starts taking off his chainmail armor, and you can see on his side as he's removing the armor, so a couple of the chains have broken, And there is a cut on his side as well, not bleeding anymore, but there's like a lot of like basically reddish stain on his clothing underneath. He winces a little. Yeah, that damn cold. I'm not as fast with these temperatures as I can be.
What happened to you, man?
Well, we ran into some wandering dead. That's what happened. I'd say about 20 of them.
How far from here?
Good 2 hours walk. We took most of them out. My brother the fool led most of our men north though. If you push north tomorrow, we might run into him. His name's Alter. Try to reason with him, or I guess maybe he can help you. He was mumbling something about glory and such. He's always been a fool.
A young hothead, see?
Wish he were young. He's the older of us too. But his head never cooled with age, as most do. Not even with this winter. I'm afraid he might be cold by now, well and truly.
Well, if we meet him, either way, we'll honor him.
That's all I can ask. Now, Captain Aro has told you about the plan, I presume. Yes?
Yes, he informed us. Sounds reasonable.
Yes, well, it's not a very good plan. We don't have information for a better one, though. Usually my people know this forest, but with winter everything changes, and the Dragoul. However, we do know one thing. The Dragoul, they come from the slumbering hills. That's what the witches say.
Is that in the north?
Yes. About a 2 days, maybe 2.5 days walk from here. If I were you, that's where I'd be heading.
Yeah, from the information we've received, we have to head north, it seems. And did you call them the slumbering hills?
Yes.
It's probably dead set in that direction.
The witches say they dreamed about a nightmare. Awake in the hills, slumbering no more. They say a nightmare is what pushes the Dragoul out, grabs them and raises them from their own dreams. I don't know how much of that is correct. To be perfectly frank, the witches aren't always correct. But my gut tells me they might be this time.
Well, they seem to have a clear insight to what's happening, and I trust they can give us good information when at times.
As clear as anything that ever gets comes out of a witch's mouth.
Yeah, of course, but
Indeed,
Other than-
strange things are afoot. Indeed.
He looks over to the bottle. May I?
of course,
Grabs
I
the bottle.
take original. No.
What? This is... This from like an ancient ruin as well or something? Ugh.
That's mother's milk, man.
Only if your mother is the mother of trolls. Ugh. Well, it's warming at least.
I'll drink anything, including troll's milk.
Wouldn't recommend it. Stay away from trolls. I've seen one. Took down 3 good warriors with his bare hands before we could kill it.
They're pretty big, all right.
Oh, that one wasn't. Not much taller than me. Heavier, though. 2, maybe 3 times. Fast. And tough to kill. Lost an arm. Didn't blink. Just kept killing with the other. Anyway, we're not here to swap tales. We'll all need some sleep. I'll go check on my men. Thank you for the poison.
Anytime.
I was afraid you'd say that. Now, I'll see you when the sun rises. Today's maybe our last day. So let's
Today's a
do
good
something
day to
with it.
die.
Stands up, grabs his armor, and grabs his fur, wraps the fur around him, just carries the armor in one hand, basically, and takes the halberd he's been leaning against the wall and walks out.
Very cheery soul, like everyone else in this fort.
Carlio will have another coughing fit, cough up some phlegm, spit it into the fire, and then he'll make himself comfortable for a sleep.
Okay.
I'm not going to sleep beside him in case I catch something, so I'm going to like shuffle over.
Well, he's sleeping next to the fire, so the farther away you are from him, the further away you are from the fire as well.
Yeah, I'll just issue a small prayer to please keep me safe from this friendly but sick fellow. So put my head down.
And you're all fairly tired. I mean, you've had a day of walking through a winter forest with the anticipation of a fight any moment, pretty much. So, you probably sleep well despite anything.
Sticks looks at the group and says, "If the coughing man dies in his sleep, I claim his stuff."
It's probably stricken with the same disease as he is. So you are welcome to.
All right. With those cheerful words, everyone settles down to sleep and awakes next morning to the wind howling outside. And looking out of the door, you see snowfall. Clouds are dark and angry, and there's steady, heavy white flakes being carried by the wind.
More snow, by the gods.
Sticks is shaking the coughing man to see if he's still alive.
I'm alive. Get off
Damn
me,
it.
you stink.
I shiver and pull my bear cloak around me.
Right, there's a knock, and one of the rangers sort of pops his head in, hood covering most of his face. You ready? Get some food. We're leaving within the hour. Captain's orders.
Okay. Sticks will get prepared, hide all his blades. Other than his 2 swords, he can't hide. And then mosey over, grab some food.
Yep, there's still some left over of the stew. You can sort of he reheat it a little bit at least. And there's still like this much in the bottle.
Yeah. I'll have a quick swig. Maybe just put it into the gruel, actually. Might make it taste a bit better.
Sure. All right, and you get ready. Put your armor on. Draw your cloaks and furs and what you have around you and step out into the snow, into the wind. The wind instantly starts pulling at you, trying to tear your your clothing off, and you stand there and you see about 20 rangers and about maybe 7 or 8 barbarian warriors slowly assembling and also now pulling their cloaks shut, just checking their weapons and armor one last time. Captain Aro comes over to you. You're ready?
All right.
Well, you know the plan. We'll be heading out, circling around. Vikmar and his men will circle around a little further west. My men and I will walk pretty much straight north. You will circle around eastwards and then curl back up north. Give us about half an hour to get into position, then get going. We'll draw attention to us. Hopefully the Dragoul will come to us, and we'll retreat backwards towards the fort, taking as many of them with us as we can. Should clear you the path for you, at least the first, well, however far, couple miles or so. Keep your eyes open, though. We don't know how many Dragoul are out there.
Hi, I'll give them a warrior's salute. Over there. Like, oh.
Yeah.
And
they nod. Couple of them shake hands with the people that remain like in the fort. There's about 7 or 8 wardens remaining here to hold the position, so to speak. And then you see grim, pale faces pulling hoods up into their face, grabbing their short swords, their bows, their cudgels and hand axes. A couple of them carrying spears. And then the gates open and they set out. Vikmar of the Vaivod tribe turns one last time towards you, gives you a nod.
Yeah, give him a
See
nod.
you in this world or the next. Preferably this one. Next time the drinks are on me.
right.
I'll take you up on that.
Better stay alive to do so. And I'll try to do the same. And if you see that foolish brother of mine, well, we'll do what necessary. Gives you a nod, and then they head off. Captain Aro waits for maybe about like a minute or so and says to his men, "All right, men, it's time to earn our keep once more. Queen's coin doesn't come for nothing. Let me tell you one thing. You're all my brothers. And I'd rather fight beside you than an army of hundreds. Let's show these dead how it's done around here. Let's show them that we, the living, are strong and are unafraid of them." The men nod. A couple of them sort of start banging their spear shaft against their shields or against the wall next to them. And then they all go grim-faced again and head out into the snow. A couple of the wardens, the rangers still remaining, look towards you. One of them says, "Whenever you're ready, just give the word, we'll open the gate for you."
All right.
Ready as I'll ever be.
I don't know about you all, but I'd much prefer the hundreds of men. But
I'm glad we're not drawing their fire. I think we've got the better bargain for the moment, anyway. At least until we get to our destination, where I'm sure we will all perish.
All right, you give the others about 10, 15, 20 minutes, getting ready, checking your weapons and armor as the rangers did one last time, and then you step out as well. The rangers, as you walk out, 2 of them draw their short swords, just pointing it out into the sky, and one of them says, "The blessing of the sun god go with you. Don't worry, even in this dark forest, even in the middle of winter, the sun's still out there."
I'm gonna raise my axe and shake my head.
Ilitron is just gonna grimace a little at the mention of the sun god. And
Ryos, watch over you.
And you.
As you step outside, the gate closes with a very final sounding thud behind you. And you're standing outside now. overlooking the forest. And you can see in the distance small figures disappearing in the trees. 2 groups, one double the size of the other, basically.
I think we begin heading north.
Well, should we hang back a little and let them draw the Dragoul first, maybe?
Didn't they say we should head east and then circle back? Or did I get that wrong?
Yeah, that's what they said. That's what Captain Hart said.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
All right. So that is what you do.
Yeah, trudge east.
You descend down and turn east. Walk past the Weeping Fort, past these weird cliffs where the Weeping Fort is standing on. And once more, you get the feeling that these cliffs are not naturally shaped. But whoever power shaped them was definitely a long time ago. And then you enter the forest once more. Deep, dark, cold Davokar closes around you. And you're surrounded by white and black. The black of the trees and the white of the snow lies all on all of them. Snow is coming from the sky. Fairly heavy snowfall, and the freezing wind is pushing the snowflakes into your faces. Even though you have your hoods up and you have probably scarves or similar things covering the bottom parts of your face, it is still very uncomfortable.
Well, trudge forward, keeping our eyes open. I would assume, being careful. But
do you have any type of marching order, or are you walking in a group?
I think we were just walking in a group.
Yeah.
Unless anyone else has any suggestions.
Well,
skirmish line is fine.
I think the warriors.
Sorry, Russell, you're a little quiet now. I don't know if you did something with your mic or something. It's
Sorry, it dropped. Can you hear me now?
that's better. Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, big girls. I think the warriors should take front end and back.
I mean,
Sure.
Conrad?
Yeah, sorry. I was just checking my sheet there for one moment. That sounds like that's fine. Yeah.
So I don't mind. I'll take point, and then you take the rear.
Sure.
all right. How far back or ahead do you want to go?
I'll not too far. I reckon, kind of maybe 2-3 meters.
Oh,
between.
okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Like a little bit ahead. Right.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Trudging through the snow, moving east, then slowly starting to curl north. After a good hour of walking or so, you hear horns in the distance being blown repeatedly, echoing through the forest. Several times.
Stop so I can listen.
It doesn't tell you anything, they just seem to be blowing the horns. No signal or such. Making noise, basically.
Probably ran into the
diversion.
river by now.
Are they trying to summon the Dragoul, maybe? Like, is this the diversion officially kind of starting?
I reckon this is the diversion.
Okay. Well.
Right.
I reckon. Yeah, I reckon we make our moves. I'm assuming this is the diversion, and it's sort of we need to sort of cut through while they got the Dragoul's attention, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, you're quickening your pace a little bit, heading north now. You can hear, every few minutes, you can hear horns again blowing in the distance. Seeming about the same distance. Whoever's blowing the horn doesn't seem to be moving around much. But then again, the forest does tend to make sounds weird and bounce them off all over the place. So sometimes it is hard to say.
Yeah, just every so often I'm checking over my shoulder just to make sure that we have no unwanted attention.
Sure. Visibility is not very high.
Mm-hmm.
You can only see about maybe like 20 meters or so, partially because of the forest, because there's trees, there's a lot of trees around you, and partially because of the snowfall. And also it's sort of dark-ish. It's a twilight in the snow, in the forest. It's not proper daylight by any means. Dim light, basically, all through the day because of the thick snow cover. The sun is nowhere to be seen. You can't even guess where the sun is.
Can we figure out north though?
Sorry?
Do we know the direction that we're traveling?
Yeah, you figured out north. You have, I believe, at least Conrad has the it's called the bushcraft trait, I believe, or something along those lines. So you can definitely figure out the direction, the cardinal directions without any problems.
Yeah, cool.
Some other people have that as well, but I don't think so. Actually, I think that's only.
Can we see the sun through the trees?
No.
Okay.
The sun is hidden behind thick clouds. You cannot see the sun at all. I mean,
Right.
the sun is up somewhere, but you don't know where. The clouds are that thick. Okay, give me a vigilance checks, everyone.
Damn it. Wow, that's a fail.
That's a 7.
You're rolling 3 times, Russell.
Okay. Take the first one.
Yep. Okay, that's an 11. The first
Sorry,
one.
was that 3 checks? Is it 3 continuous checks? Is it?
Just
One?
sorry.
I was trigger happy there. 11. My vigilance is 10.
Okay, so that's a fail, and we have Sticks with a success. How many level success is that, Sticks?
It should just be 1, I think.
Okay, so your vigilance is 8.
By the way, guys, you can.
Oh no, I'm sorry. My vigilance is 11.
Okay, so that's
you
4 levels.
can add the less than sign and the number of the statue rolling, and it'll calculate if it's a success or not.
That's all right. Doesn't matter too much. And Robert, what did you have?
I rolled a 7, and my vigilance is 10.
Okay, that's 3 levels. Okay, so both Sticks and Conrad, after you've been walking for about a good maybe hour and a half, 2 hours, you spot something ahead. Weirdly enough, even though you're hanging back, you spot something ahead, movement in the trees ahead of you. And Sticks, you see it a little better, and you can make out 3 sort of shambling figures coming from somewhere to your right, and it looks like they're sort of crossing your path diagonally. But they are definitely approaching you.
Okay. Sticks will relay the information, not loudly, not yelling, and at the same time, he'll start drawing daggers, 2 daggers.
All right.
Yeah. Well, considering that Sticks has kind of made told the other guys, I won't bother with that. I'll just slowly take out my very large and nasty, cruel-looking axe and just have it hanging down by my side.
Okay. So you're just standing there holding your axe?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
I am preparing 5 arrows, but I'm not doing it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to actually move now that we know that they're coming diagonally. So I want to just move in front of.
Well, they don't seem to be coming like straight ahead at you. They're just sort of crossing your path, more or less.
Well, basically, I want to go close to. Russell's character. So now there's 2 fighters kind of in between.
Sure.
I reckon we should try and just like crouch, not draw too much attention to ourselves. Not sure if they've seen us yet. Just carry on kind of monitoring.
There is plenty of cover. I mean, it is a forest, a thick forest. There's a lot of bushes, like snowed on, and like branches and trees, of course.
Yeah, good plan. So yeah, I'll
we'll take some cover.
Okay. Well, whoever wants, if you want to hide, you can give me discreet checks. However, because this is a very lush forest, so you have a lot of cover, and the Dragoul are not the sharpest of all people, you get a +4 in total.
That would be lucky for me. So discreet.
Yes, whatever you have your discreet, add +4 to that.
Okay.
Oh, we have 2
Carlio-
successes.
Carlio makes it.
I fail.
Oh wow, and that's a natural 1, the perfect, so the best roll basically. Okay, so with how much did you fail by, Conrad?
1.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough. With the group, and especially with sticks basically pulling you down, you manage to all press yourself against trees and duck down behind bushes. And you can now see 3 Dragoul, 3 withered, blackened corpses, half frozen, like ice crystals on their skin, shuffling along, armed with rusty blades and shields. But they're not alone. There's more Dragoul behind them. You can see 2 more, then 3 more, then another 3 or 4, until there's about a dozen or so Dragoul shuffling past you, just moving in a certain direction, somewhere to the sort of south west of you.
Is that
Would
where
that be
the
the
horns came from?
horns?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, that is the direction where the horns are blowing from, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, as you're shuffling past, you can hear the horn starting to blow again. The Dragoul stop. They all look up in sort of a very fluid, synchronous motion, and then they all resume their shuffling a little faster now.
Are
And
they all
leave
wearing
very fast.
rags, or any of the their spider symbols?
No, not that you can see, in fact.
Okay. I reckon Collier would like to just hold the position, not engage.
Okay, they disappear out of view
Yeah, same here.
amongst the trees.
Okay.
Yeah, give them a bit of time to make sure they're kind of out of sight, and maybe resume.
Sure.
If that suits everyone.
Yeah.
All right. Pick yourselves back up and continue. And over the course of the next few hours, you manage to dodge a few smaller groups of Dragoul. They are not particularly sharp-sensed, and they're not trying to be stealthy or anything. You can hear their footsteps, sort of the heavy, like, in the snow, as they're pushing through. And you manage to hide from about 2 or 3 smaller groups, not as large as the first one you've seen, but like 3 or 4 here and there. But you figure, I mean, there's no use in fighting them really, as they are being drawn off, and they're all moving in the same direction. So the trick that Captain Arrow came up with seems to be more or less working. You do see those of you, especially who are, which is really only Conrad, I guess. You're the only one who's sort of familiar with wilderness in more detail. Unless Styx, you have some wilderness skills? No? Okay, nothing. Good. So Conrad, you do spot a lot of tracks. Quite a few of them are fresh, so there must be at least 100, maybe even more Dragoul in the general area, but they all seem to be moving away from you, moving sort of southwest.
There must be at least 100 in this area, judging by these tracks. Just to keep the guys informed of, like, point to the tracks. At least 100, I would say.
At the same time, while you are progressing, and while morning slowly turns into noon, and then noon slowly into afternoon, the snowfall gets heavier and heavier. The wind stays about the same, but there's more and more snow coming down, and soon the tracks are completely gone. Your own tracks including. So there's probably if anyone's following you, trying to follow you by tracks, they have very little chance to catching up with you unless they're already very close. Your tracks will be gone within minutes. This is a full-blown snowstorm that seems to be descending onto the forest at the moment. It doesn't get colder, curiously enough. There's just more and more snow, which means visibility gets worse and worse. Soon you can only see 15 yards, then 10. In the end, maybe 5, which means that Conrad and Carlio cannot even see each other, even though they're not that far away. Like Conrad looking ahead, you can see the backs of Styx and Iltran who are walking, and Iltran and Styx, you see Carlio ahead, and Carlio sees you, but Conrad and Carlio cannot see each other. There's so much snow falling into your eyes and just obscuring everything around you. And even the noises are extremely muffled. The only thing you can really hear, except for the howling of the wind around you, are your own footsteps. And even those are muffled by the thickness of the blanket of snow lying on you now. You have to shake yourselves every now and then to get rid of all the snow that's starting to accumulate on your shoulders and on your head, and starts to make you wet, basically drenching you as it starts slowly to, well, not really melt, but slide down your forms. But, I mean, comparatively, you are making decent progress so far.
Should we close the group a little bit so no one gets lost? I mean,
I was thinking the same thing.
Cool.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I think we'll close up for sure. I've got a rope ladder that I take out, and if everybody just holds a little bit onto the rope, does that make sense?
A ladder would be a bit cumbersome for people to hold on to. I'm sure someone has a normal rope as well.
We all start with ropes in our starting.
Yes, that is part of the normal adventuring gear, so to speak.
Just tie a sort of a loop around the belt so that our hands are still free.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
like the mountaineers do. Yeah. And then, I mean, that will obviously, if it happens, like if it comes to combat, it might be a bit tricky, but for the general walking, it is a very good idea, and you have very little chance of losing yourselves or each other, unless someone falls into a crevasse and like pulls everyone else with them. But that's not going to happen.
Well,
what are the chances?
That's very confident sounding. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. Anyway, so you're trudging through the storm, and slowly but surely, darkness is settling. You have been walking for most of the day with a few short breaks to get some food, but yeah, now it's getting dark. Carlia, you're still walking ahead, right? Not as far, but you're still like first in the line.
Yeah.
Give me a vigilance check. Okay. As you are stepping out into what looks to be a small clearing in the forest, and you continue going, and then all of a sudden, give me a quick check.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I make the quick.
Okay. You realize all of a sudden the ground underneath your feet becomes really slippery, and you shift and nearly fall. Manage to catch yourself, both hands like sort of move, both arms stretched out, and you're like balancing there in place, and you realize you're standing on ice with a thin layer of snow on top of it.
Oh, I just tell the person directly behind me, just, whoa, hold up. The footing here is not sure.
It looks like a lake, does it? Like a frozen.
Well, you can't really say. There's ice, but because your visibility is so bad, you can't really look around as such. There's just snow everywhere. But could be like a river, could be like a pond, could be a massive lake for all you know.
You were saying it was getting dark, so...
yes, you only have maybe about an hour of daylight left or so.
Do you think we should make camp then, lads? Or do you want to travel on for another hour?
How does it look in terms of can we sort of ascertain how the area in terms of making camp?
I mean, it's a forest, so trees and bushes.
I mean, it's not going to be any better. Well, I guess. That we can definitely make camp here. What I'd like to do is get back onto solid ground, just take out the dagger and just chip away a little bit at the ice.
Sure. You take your dagger, you push it into the ice a couple times, it does break, and you look through and you see slowly flowing water underneath.
Yeah.
It seems to be a river or of some sort, completely frozen over, however. The ice is thick, but not extremely so. So there's definitely a little bit of a chance of someone breaking through.
Yes, it's brittle.
And we can't see the other side?
Well, I mean, you could maybe, with all the snow wasn't there, you can only see about 10 yards ahead. So
Yeah.
the river is wider than 10 yards, if it is a river. That's all you can.
I have an idea. How about we all untie ourselves from the rope, except for Sticks, and Sticks goes across the river while we hold the rope so he doesn't fall in, since he's the lightest of us, and check how wide the river is.
How does Sticks feel about that?
Goblins are expendable. Send in the goblin.
The reasoning is he's light.
Of course.
If he dies, I get his belongings.
How about we tie the rope around the changeling and throw him across the ice, slide him.
How about I burn the skin off your bones?
Fine. But if I find anything on the other side, it's mine.
Sure.
Okay, so Sticks grabs the rope. And what do you want to do with the rope?
Sorry, guys, do you mind if we just go for a quick second? Nip to the loo. Won't be a sec.
All right, sure.
Yeah, won't be a sec.
Well, the idea is we all hold on to the rope and just funnel it across as Sticks checks how wide the river is.
Okay.
What's the length of the rope?
Well, we all have a piece of rope. We can just tie more rope.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, what's the general length?
Yeah, let me check with the equipment real quick. I think it's like 10 meters or something. Actually, it doesn't say. It just says rope. So let's say 10 meters. Yeah, sure.
So I reckon we've all got this rope, I guess, so we'll kind of link it together. So we've got 40 meters of rope.
Sure.
Sticks is going to go back and check each knot to make sure it's secure.
It seems good enough. I mean, you all have like fairly thick gloves on, and you're not too keen on taking them off for like fear of losing fingers and such to frostbite. So tying ropes with like gloves isn't the easiest task, but you make it more or less. I mean, it's only Sticks.
Yeah.
I'll remember that. Sticks will take one end, tie it around him.
Like around the waist or like arm or leg or where?
The waist.
Okay.
Around his feet.
Around his neck. Okay. And you move your way across?
Slowly.
Give me a quick check.
Okay. Tells me there was an error. Hold on one second.
Uh-oh.
Let's see. Let's try this. Yeah, my quick is a 15, so 9 over.
9 levels. Nice. Yeah. Sticks just very, very easily holding his balance. I mean, his center of balance is very low, and he very easily shuffles across the ice and disappears from view, basically. You just see the rope stretching away and then fading, basically, into the snow. And Sticks, you make it to the other side. The river isn't very wide. It's only about maybe like 12, 15 meters wide or so. It's a small river, really, a bigger stream. You're not sure how deep it is, but the ice did not crack under your feet. And you being the nimble little bugger that you are, skating along the ice is no problem for you. You're on the other side. You can see trees there.
Okay. What Sticks will then do, is there a tree near me?
Sorry, what?
Is there a tree?
Yes, there are several trees near you. Yes, several large, thick trees.
Okay. I'm going to take the rope from my waist, tie it around a tree once I'm on firm ground.
Yep.
And then I'm going to shake the rope so that they know I made it.
Okay. You feel the rope shaking.
Oh, cool. So he made it then. Great.
Well,
okay. Or he's drowning at the moment.
we're going to tug on the rope a little bit. See.
Well.
Okay. Yeah, it seems secure. You tug the rope a bit, but it doesn't give. So either Sticks is way stronger than you would have thought, or he has tied it to something.
Okay. Well, let's head over one by one then.
Okay. Which one of you wants to go first?
I think that Cardio wants to go first.
Cardio, do you want to go first? Or
Yeah, I was just thinking, wouldn't it make sense for the lightest guys to go across
Probably.
first?
Well, that's probably me then.
That's definitely you. What is your your strong is probably like not even half of the other.
7.
Yes. So you're like probably literally like half their weight, even
Right.
even not counting armor and such.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, well.
So you're holding the rope basically, just walking across. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a quick check with +5.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh.
Without any problems. Holding it with one hand, you make your way across the ice. The ice is slippery, but you are agile enough. You're channeling the elvish ancestry burning in your blood and make it across without any problem. Hey, some people say elves can walk on water.
And you sent the goblin first. You can walk on water, and you sent the goblin.
Some people say rumors. Rumors, not facts.
All right.
I reckon Carlio next, and then I think when Conrad goes, he should tie the rope around himself. So and then so if anything happens, we'll put him through.
All right. Carlio, quick check with +5. I'm guessing that's a success.
Yeah, that is quick's 11. Yeah.
Yeah, good enough. Yeah. So the ice is making slight noises, like, and slowly shifting under your feet, but you do make it across without any issues.
I'll be your brief sake, but I'll still hear you.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Robert, you back?
Yeah.
You're the only one standing on the other side now. The rest is.
I look around and go, put my large boot on it, testing it, not looking very confident about it.
That is about right.
So what I will do is I take my pack off, because if I go in, I don't want it getting wet. So I shout over to. Can I see the guy? Can I see? No. Okay. Well, basically, what I want to do is I want to shunt my pack before me, and so I can go across the ice very slowly and carefully.
All right.
And keep shunting it. So hopefully, if I was to fall in, it would be okay, and I would have spared change.
You might die, but your pack's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
You guys can have my pack.
Okay, excellent. Give me a quick check with +5.
Quick check +5. Okay, sorry. What's my 11? Okay. +5. That means okay.
Yeah, 16.
Jesus, I rolled a 16.
So that is just barely a success. So as you're walking, the ice starts snapping and underneath you. So you start hurrying along a little. You slip, but you catch yourself. You push your pack off, and you just take it and just throw it across, like slide it across. The pack disappears in the snow in front of you, and you just like start pulling the rope and sort of walking along it. The ice starts breaking behind you, and then you, with 2-3 long jumps, you manage to get to the other side. And looking back, you see there's several deep cracks in the ice. It's not very advisable to cross back over at this moment.
Oh.
But you have arrived without getting wet and cold.
That was close, I can tell you.
Give me a vigilance check, Styx and Iltrin. Styx, vigilance check. Steven?
Yeah, it's giving me an error here. Hold on.
Just roll manual at D20.
That's a fail for me.
Okay. So yeah, you're all standing on the other side. Thankfully dry.
I get this sense of foreboding. Well, let's make camp, shall we?
Where do you want to make camp, and how do you want to make camp? Temperatures dropping?
Probably not beside the river. Just maybe a bit beyond it, maybe. Does my bush crafting give me any ideas of a good place to maybe?
You might have some basic ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, sleeping in the forest in the middle of winter is always a little tricky. Give me a cunning check.
You did have to say cunning, right? 8.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
You're a fighter, not a bushman.
Yeah. 6. So.
Oh, that's a success. Excellent. Yeah, thinking about it, you figure out a decent way. You can probably cut a few branches and then sort of put them on top of each other, basically creating a makeshift lean-to, so to speak.
Yeah, like a bivouac, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Exactly. And then maybe shuffle some snow on top of it. Even though it might sound weird, that actually is a fairly decent layer of isolation.
Yeah,
dig into the snow a little bit, and then you have to sort of huddle up. That's the best idea you have.
I've got a tent in my equipment.
Oh, you tent? Well, that's great.
Okay, yeah.
Although I'm afraid that the tent will probably only be big enough for you and maybe Sticks, because he's not that large.
Okay, well, I'll still make the bivouac then.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
It'll take you about maybe 20 minutes to half an hour to get that done, but it's not too troublesome.
Cool.
All right. So one's pitching a tent, and the other one's making a lean-to. And amongst the two of you, you both set up camp next to each other, probably, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah.
Within the next half hour, just as night falls completely and darkness settles heavily and forebodingly onto the forest of Davokar.
Do we want to make a fire? I'm guessing no.
It's up to you. You have firewood. All of you are carrying firewood. It's going to be a very uncomfortable night without fire, I can tell you that much. But that's up to you. I mean, fire obviously might draw unwanted attention.
Yeah.
Well, we'd probably sleep pretty close to each other, so
I mean,
we
you are
to share body warmth.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
so
going to
fire
a goblin.
Would I be able to, again, think about, like, my bushcraft skill? Was there any way I could, like, make a fire and this might say, like, maybe hide it? I mean, the main flame of it. I mean, not the smoke, obviously.
You can try. You can dig a hole, sort of thing, in the snow, and then maybe do it. But that sort of thing can be quite exhausting as well by itself. But you could try if you want to.
Well, what do you think, lads? We could make a fire and.
Yeah, if it's gonna help, definitely. I think 4 guys digging a hole though, that would make light work, wouldn't it, Alex? I mean, it's not like.
Well, yeah, true. If you all share the burden, so to speak, it wouldn't be too heavy. Like, it would still be exhausting, but not too terribly so.
Yeah.
I'm just a weak little goblin. I don't have strength.
No, you've got very sharp knives though, and they could cut. And you're fast. So we can give the fire a miss if you guys want. Just whatever you think. I'm.
It's probably a good idea to build at least a small fire. I mean, it makes perfect sense.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense to build a fire in the middle of enemy territory, but visibility is so low, so it might.
I mean, there's a tremendous amount of Dragouls. In terms of sub-zero temperatures, I mean, would be in danger of getting badly frostbitten if we don't build a fire.
That's what I'm thinking.
You have decent shelter. If you're sleeping out in the open, definitely, yeah. You could very definitely never wake up again, but you have a shelter. So chances of actually getting like frostbites are fairly low. However, chances of spending a very uncomfortable, shivering night with little to no sleep and then being exhausted the next morning are decently high.
And for the guys in the tent?
Well,
yeah, even with the tent and
just dig the damn fire, all right.
Yeah. As long as even if we kind of dig a little bit of a kind of a hollow so it can't be seen, and we can sit in the hollow, so there would be the smoke would only be visible.
Well, for 4 people to sit in a hollow, it would be a pretty damn large hollow.
Well, I mean, it depends how deep. Yeah.
Well, Let's look at it this way. If we build a fire, the obvious choice is we're not all going to sleep at the same time. We're gonna carry watches. So dig a hole deep enough that whoever's keeping watch can stay warm and keep an eye out. The rest of us, yeah, we might be a little cold, might be a little groggy in the morning, but at least that way we don't have to build a super big hole, and we're not all just in this little hollow.
All right.
Yeah, sounds
Excellent. Okay. So you spend about 15, 20 minutes to dig the hole and then make a fire in there. It takes you a while to get the fire going with the wind and the snows landing on the fire. However, you have small patches of firewood in your packs, which are quite dry. And Conrad knows a few woodman tricks to get the fire going a bit more easily. And after a while, you do manage to get a fire going and warm up a little bit of food. And you are all very eagerly pressing yourself close to the fire, taking your gloves off and sort of stretching your hands through the fire. It feels wonderful. It feels like a lover's kiss for the first time, just tingling on your fingertips and then moving with your bloodstream through your whole body. Fire is life in some ways. Okay, and you want to set watches, you said, right?
Yep.
Just one person at the time and just like rotating through?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
So who's going first, second, third, fourth?
Carly will take first.
Okay.
Illustron will take last.
Okay.
I'll take second. That way we're not crowding the tent. And that way while you're keeping watch, I have my blanket and your blanket.
Right.
Well, I'll take third then.
Which means Conrad takes the shittiest one. Okay. Okay. That's just how it is. Would be the first time, probably. All right. And with that, you settle for the night. It's a quiet night, except for the sputtering of the fire, the mumbling of sticks in his sleep, and the wind around you. There is nothing to be heard, nothing to be seen, only darkness. And obviously, with the fire, you are very blind. The sentry that is even facing away, even that's better, but still not great. But still, you need the fire.
We'll definitely keep well, I suppose we have to keep our ears open.
Yes, definitely. The thing is, the night lasts very long. So the night's like from about 5:30 at night until like 7 o'clock in the morning. So you can have shifts like 3 hours each and still have time over, unless you want to wake up before daybreak and set out during the dark hours. That's up to you. You would have enough sleep by then. Like you don't need sleep as such, but more rest and a little bit more time spent with the fire definitely wouldn't go amiss as such. That's up to you guys, however. It would cost you obviously like 2 hours, maybe 3 hours of walking.
No, I reckon we'll wake up a little earlier and carry on with the mission. I mean, we've got a mission to do. Be professional about it.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so in the morning, you can all please give me strong checks. However, because of the fire, you get a +5.
Oh, cool.
This is to see how well you have slept, so to speak. Ooh,
Hey, I rolled exactly right.
I rolled a 15, but with the +5, I'm okay.
Okay, so Styx is the only one who seems to be suffering a little, despite double blankets and everything. Styx, you lose 2 points of toughness, and you generally feel miserable in the morning.
Okay.
So you're like shivering. You're thinking back about your colony where all the goblins are sort of sleeping very tightly together, sharing body warmth, wishing you were there. But then again, there's potential treasure. The Duke has promised riches, and who knows what might be found in this place where the Dragoul are coming from. It's some sort of old ruin, especially if it's an undiscovered one. Anything could be there. Untold riches, magical artifacts, elixirs to make you immortal. The first immortal goblin. Who knows? These are the thoughts of Styx as he's shivering and just casting angry, miserable glances around, a little bit of snot like dripping out of his nose. Okay, and after a quick breakfast, you set out once more. You continue on, moving north. Visibility is getting a little better. Snowfall is getting lighter. It seems the worst of the snowstorm has passed. Still thick clouds above you, very little sunlight, but the snow, as I said, is slowly starting to die down, the snowfall, that is. You cross through the forest here, and there is patches of deforested areas here. It's not all just straight up forest. You do pass several small clearings. You find even what looks to be a clearing that has been that has seen the hand of man. You see several trees chopped down by axes. However, whatever happened here must have been weeks, if not months ago. The chopped down trees are covered with snow. And you continue onward and just pushing through the forest, through the bushes, walking for a good half a day or so. And the visibility is now fairly good. Still a little bit of snowfall, but the clouds aren't as deep hanging anymore. So you can see further. And looking up north in the direction you are traveling, you do catch a glimpse of what looks to be a snow-covered hill range rising up from the trees, above the trees. It doesn't look like a massive hill range as such, but there is 3 or 4 hills there. You've gathered these must be those slumbering hills that you were told about. Are you still walking in your same sort of setup?
Yeah, at the moment we are, but I'm thinking, is it maybe worth kind of maybe going 2-2 and coming sort of like in a sort of flank?
Oh, I see, yeah.
Or do you guys want to stick together?
Well, visibility is better now. We can probably spread out a little bit.
I reckon maybe we kind of one comes from the sort of east and one comes from the west, or kind of even sort of like this southwest and southeast type of coming like that, and meeting at the summit.
Oh, you want to spread further, like outside of range? Don't forget, you're still in a forest, so anything beyond like 30-40 meters away can't be seen anymore because there's trees in the way.
Yeah, let's not walk too far from each other.
Clearings every now and then, but like 90% of the ground is still covered in trees and bushes.
Okay. So,
if the Dragoul are walking in groups of a dozen, I don't think we want to be too far from each other. If someone gets caught out, that could be bad.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's the marching order then?
Same as before, yeah.
Okay, so we have Carlio in front, then we have Iltron and Styx walking side by side, and then we have Conrad a little behind. Is that correct?
Sounds all right, yeah.
All right. Give me vigilance checks, everyone, please.
Hey.
3 levels of success for me.
3 levels.
Sorry, how does the levels work again?
Every one that you're under your level, that's like under your staff, is 1 level of success.
Oh, yeah. So you roll. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So if you roll like a 5 and you have a 10, that's 5 levels of success.
So I would have. So yeah. So my vigilance is 10. So I rolled a 7. That would be 3 then, right?
Yeah, that would be 3 levels of success.
Yeah. Cool. Just checking. Thanks.
So which means that Iltron has 3 levels. Styx has 3 levels, and Conrad also has 3 levels, and Carlio fails. He's busy coughing and just looking ahead, basically, pushing through the snow. And you are just crossing a small clearing with like snow-covered boulders lying around, like small boulders basically lying around, mounds of snow as you're pushing past them. And then as you are, Carlio has already gone ahead. He's about in the center of this clearing, and the rest of you is just entering or basically moving in. All 3 of you, except for Carlio, who's oblivious, just walking around. You realize these are not boulders or stones covered in snow. These are corpses covered in snow. And you realize that because several of them have arrows sticking out of them. That are also covered in snow, but still definitely visible as arrows.
Can we tell how fresh they are? I mean, are we talking old corpses?
I mean,
or?
you can take a close look. They are covered in snow, so you'd have to sort of wipe off the snow to take a closer look. It's been snowing quite heavily. So as I said, originally you just thought they were like mounds on the ground. So they're heavily snow covered.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Carlio is still walking. And Carlio, in fact, you are walking until you feel something. You look down and you see a pale white hand clutching your ankle.
Oh,
Coming out of the snow.
bastard.
And you look down and it's like, oh shit. And then the Dragoul lifts slowly himself up and you can see a white face, a bearded face, not looking rotten at all, in fact. Looks nearly alive, except for the broken, completely empty expression in his eyes. And the corpse is clutching what looks to be a hand axe that it starts immediately swinging against you. And as this is happening, the other mounts, not all of them, but some of them also start moving. And we are in initiative. Styx, you are up first. Carlio, you will have to skip the first turn because you are surprised by this.
Okay. I'm going to use my quick draw to try to make a successful test against quick.
You go for it.
To draw a weapon as a free action.
Yes, you can. That is a success. What weapons do you want to draw?
I'm going to draw one of my swords. I'm going to draw my sword. One of my swords is a free action.
Yeah.
And then for a regular action, I'm going to draw a dagger.
Okay.
Just drop it.
Yeah.
And
that is your move action, which means you still have a combat action.
And I'm guessing there's a dead body close to me.
Yes, you have been sort of starting to bend over to inspect one, and it is starting to move.
Okay. I'm going to attack that one moving.
Go for it.
And because I have two weapons, I'm going to make a twin attack. So I'm going to make 2 attacks.
Go for it. The defense of the Dragoul is 0.
Okay.
So just straight up roll.
Well, one's a 20, which is a fail.
Yeah.
The other one is a 5, which is a success.
So the first one would have been the sword attack, I'm guessing?
It doesn't really matter because both of them are going to do a D8.
Oh, okay. What, your
With one
daggers do a
attack,
D8?
so anytime I attack with 2 weapons, single-handed weapons do D8.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you slash down, but for the first time, you were too surprised by the sudden movement. You just like a weak slash that bounces off what looks to be some sort of piece of broken armor underneath. But the second one stabs through. Roll damage.
7.
7 damage. All right. The Dragoul has in armor of 2, so it takes 5. You stab him deep in the chest, but he does seem completely unimpressed by this, I'm afraid. Carlia, you are skipping. You're like staring down into the hand, surprised. No one warned you. Conrad, your turn.
Excuse me. How close is the nearest lumbering corpse?
Well, they're getting up, and the closest one would be about like 5-6 feet away from you, not far.
Okay, I basically take 2 large strides and swing my axe in a massive arc down to cleave him in.
I'm guessing you already had the axe out.
Yeah. Sorry, that's how he carries his axe.
You have to throw the weapon as such, so you just run up and swing down. All right, go for it. And so, as I said, the Dragoul have a defense of 0, so which means there is no modifiers to your attack. It's just straight up attack roll, and you're rolling strong because you have Iron Fists, an ability that lets you roll on strong instead of accurate for the attack roll.
Ah, okay, cool. So here we go. 15, and I get a 6. So yeah, that's 6.
That is a success. Yes. You smash your axe down into Dragoul, cutting through his armor. Roll me a damage roll, please, and that's gonna hurt. Oof. You're like 1d12 plus 1d4 or something like that, right?
Yeah. Okay. 1d12 plus 1d4.
Yeah, that's Iron Fist Adept. plus 2 like great weapon fighting stuff, whatever it's called. That's a nasty.
Well, 8 plus 2, so that's 10.
10 damage, right? And the Dragoul, again, 2 armor, takes 8. You run up and smack him in the ribs as he's getting up, and you realize these are barbarian warriors you're fighting. You cut through the armor and break several ribs easily. The Dragoul stumbles, but catches itself and just looks up at you with this vacant expression in his eyes without showing any pain or anything. No blood is flowing. And that was Conrad. The Dragoul now, they are getting up, and you realize in total there are 6 of them that are getting up. 2 of them are ganging up on Carlio, and now, my friends, we will witness the awesomeness that is a spear fighter in Symbaroum. So Carlio gets 1 free attack against each of the Dragoul as they are closing in on him.
Wow.
The spear licking out, lightning fast. And every enemy that approaches him triggers 1 free attack.
Cool.
So go for it. 2 attacks against you. 2 Dragoul against you, Carlio. Okay, so you roll me 2 attacks. That's you're rolling with, I believe, strong as well, because you have Iron Fist as well. First one is a miss. And second one's a hit. So one of the Dragoul bashes your spear away with his shield, but then you turn around and stab the other one through the chest. Roll damage for that one, which I believe is
It's a D10, right?
D10, right? Yeah. And do you have like the Iron Fist thing as well?
I'm adept, yeah.
Yes, so you also add a 1d4. So it's a 1d10 plus 1d4. You have 2 pretty heavy hitters here.
Oh, okay, 9.
That's 9 damage. Right. The Dragoul stumbles and nearly falls, just barely managing to stay on his feet and not just as you rip your spear out, taking most of its chest cavity with it. And now the Dragoul are both closing in because it's still their turn, and both taking swings at you. One with a hatchet, the other one with a short sword, both coming in from both sides. So they are flanking you, which means they have advantage on their attack. Well, technically, sorry, they have. So that is, they have an attack of, technically, their attack is +5, which is pretty crappy, which means your defense is +5. So what's your defense, Carlio, at the moment? Without a shield. So
without a shield is 8.
Yes, so your defense would be 13 against both of these attacks. Because they are flanking you, they get a +2, which means you get a -2. Which means that your defense is 11 against both of those attacks. So roll me 2 defense rolls. The first one coming in with a short sword, stabbing you, but you parry it away with your spear. And that's both of them. You parry both of them away. Your spear just, bashing both of their weapons aside. That was 2 of the Dragoul. And then we have 1 Dragoul attacking Styx, 2 Dragoul attacking Conrad, and 1 last Dragoul stumbling up to Iltran to take a stab at him. So Styx, your Dragoul, the one you stabbed, is reaching up and stabbing you back with a short sword. So roll me a defense check, a +5. Yeah, that is it. They are so slow. You're just laughing at it.
I'm too quick. Too quick.
You just dance to the side. These lumbersome, clumsy fools will never strike at you, because successfully anyway. Iltran, 1 Dragoul coming out of the snow, holding a cudgel with iron spikes on it, coming towards you, swinging it down. Roll me a defense check with +5. Martin?
Oh shit! I thought you said cardio.
No, Iltran.
+5, you said.
Yes. These Dragoul are frozen, basically half frozen. They are moving very slowly.
Well, that's 7 successes.
You duck, and the cudgel just flies overhead through the air. And 2 of them are attacking Conrad. So Conrad, you give me 2 defense checks, please. Whatever your defense is, +5. You have no shield at the moment. Oh, actually, you don't have a shield. So
defense is that? Do I use strong? Quick for that.
A defense is there is on the bottom of your first page of your character sheet, to the right
sorry.
side of your weapon, there should be a defense. With
Yeah, 14. Then with cool.
So 9 is your basic defense. Is that correct?
Sorry, 8, and then +5, is it? So
Yes, 13.
30. Sorry.
Yes, that's fine.
Just
No worries.
like Conrad.
So twice.
1 and a 12.
Okay, you evade both of the attacks. The Dragoul closing in, hacking at you, but you and parry one with your axe. Just push it off. And that was the Dragoul's turn. Iltren, you're up.
Right, so I'm gonna cast Brimstone Cascade against the one in front of me.
The one in front of you? Okay.
Yeah.
Which means you have rolling a resolute check against his quick, right?
Yeah.
Which also means you take 1d4 corruption.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll a resolute check to make that one. So how does this work now?
So just roll the corruption. Well, first you have to roll a resolute check to activate the spell.
Yeah.
So roll me a resolute check.
Yep, that's
the spell. Your concentration is strong enough to rip reality apart and bend it to your will.
And that's 1 temporary corruption.
And you also take only one corruption because your training in the sorcery arts is strong as well. And now you have to. Okay. Let me see what the Dragoul's quick is. I believe it's not very high. Oh, actually, it's 10. So they're not that super slow. So it's just a straight up 0.
Okay.
So just say,
okay, so this is a success then.
yes. Did you roll 3 resolute checks?
I should have only rolled 2 resolute checks, so ignore the third one.
I think, let me check how Brimstone Cascade works.
Yeah, I roll against their quick with my resolution, and if it succeeds, I get to roll another one to attack another target with it, and so on until I fail.
Oh, okay. I thought the way magic works is you have to roll a resolute check to activate it anyway.
Yeah, some do. This one.
Okay, this one is all right. This one is just a resolute against quick, right? Yeah. So that is a success. Excellent. Which means it takes 1d12 points of damage.
Yep. And I suppose we could use the third. Oh,
that's
1
a
damage.
1. Okay. So the Dragoul gets hit by a small chunk of rock coming out of the magical realm. It doesn't just ignores it completely.
Yeah, and then it's going to bounce over to someone else.
Well, the closest one is Styx.
It doesn't have a range. It just bounces until I fail the resolute check.
But you can.
I have it in Adept.
May try to steer the flaming energy towards an additional target. Yeah. So which one do you choose?
Well, whichever is closest. That's an enemy.
That's Styx. Styx's enemy. So that's another resolute check.
Well, I rolled a third one there.
Oh, did you?
So, yeah.
Okay, then it's you're right. No, you didn't.
Well, I did.
No,
1, 2, 3.
That's a quick. The first one is a quick check.
Oh, okay.
That was your defense.
Sorry. Well, that's a success too.
Okay, so that one takes an additional 12. D12.
9 damage. And then it's going to jump to the one in front of Carly.
It continues jumping. Wow. Okay. Well, the one in front of Styx is just.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Yeah,
so it
that is a fail.
1d6.
So, no, the last one doesn't continue jump. That doesn't continue jumping.
And so on until now.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm guessing that's how it works. Anyway.
That's a bit of an raid as intended. So I'll just.
Yes. Anyway, so the first one hits your Dragoul in the chest, bounces off, and then smashes into the one fighting Styx and just takes his head off. And that one just crumbles to the ground.
Yep.
And is destroyed instantly.
And that's my turn.
All right. And we are back up to Styx. Up at the top of the turn.
Okay. Who's the closest one next to me that I could attack next?
The closest one, it would be Iltren's, but Conrad's 2 opponents are really about the same distance. There's not much of a difference.
Okay. Well, since there's 2 on Conrad, what I'm going to do is if I can come up behind one.
You can, definitely. Definitely. You have enough movement to get that.
Since they're focused on him. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use twin attack.
Oh, do you have that ability that gives you an additional movement?
No.
Yeah? Okay.
and I'm going to combine it with backstab, which will let one of my attacks do an additional D4 damage.
Excellent. Go for it. And you have advantage, so which means you add a +2 to your attack and a plus D4 to the damage if you hit.
Yep.
So, which the Dragoul's defense again is 0, so it's just a straight up roll with +2.
The first one's good. Oh, wait. What was it? Plus what?
+2. That's still not good
That's
enough.
still.
Nope. Second
That one.
Yeah.
That one definitely is.
Are you aiming at the already wounded one or the not so wounded one?
Let's aim at the wounded one.
Yeah, okay. Figured.
All right. And then I roll a D8 for the natural damage.
Yes, and the D4 and another D4.
And then.
So 2D4.
Whoa. What the?
Oh, that was exploding. That's why. So you'd roll 2 4s.
Ah.
Oh, ouch.
In total, 11 damage. So you jump up behind this Dragoul and just chop his head off with like a scissor motion with both blades. And that's 2 Dragoul down. And we have Carlio. You're still surrounded by 2 Dragoul.
Okay, so I'll throw my shield down. Is that a?
Sorry, what did you say?
I want to throw the shield down so I can use
that's free. Just dropping things is a free action.
Okay. So there's 2 right
Yes,
near
one
me.
of them looks quite rough. You've already taken most of his chest cavity with your spear.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish him off.
All right, go for it. Just straight up strong check.
Yes.
Yes. Roll damage.
Is it 1d10, 1d4?
Yes. 4. With that, the Dragoul is still standing. Incredible. Okay. Well, you stab him through a leg, you break his bone, rip out your spear, but somehow it's still standing even with one leg and most of his chest gone. And I believe that was your turn.
That's my turn, yeah.
Conrad.
So Styx killed one of the.
Yes, there is one Dragoul standing in front of you, unhurt. There is one Dragoul fighting Iltran somewhere behind you, and there is 2 Dragoul, one of them severely damaged, closing in, or basically fighting Carlio about maybe 7 or 8 meters away from you.
Okay. Well, the guy, I just turn around, do a 360, hold my axe, and just try and hack his head off.
Go for it. You have advantage, so you have +2, so which means you're rolling against a 17 at the moment.
Ooh, okay,
Because
cool.
Styx is giving you flanking.
Ah, right, excellent. Thank you, Styx. Let's see. 16. Jesus.
It's a hit, yeah. Just barely, but still a hit. Roll damage.
We did some bad rolls here. Well, would be if I didn't. Here we go. Damage. Oh, yes. 12, 14. But that's
Wow.
12.
That is very
So
impressive. Well, 14.
That's a 12 on the natural, and then 2 on the D4.
Right, that is 12. Yeah, 14, yeah. Yeah, with one mighty chop, you just hack through the Dragoul, like cleaving his upper body from his lower body, breaking his spine and all his ribs. With one single blow, the Dragoul goes from unhurt to completely destroyed. 2 halves just fall back into the snow, stop moving instantly. As whatever foul magic is holding him up is instantly dispelled by the power of your axe.
Excellent. Well, I could have done it without
Three standing of 2.5, really. And that was, you can move, Conrad. Do you want to move?
Well, I will shunt myself forward to the next nearest. Well, who's the wizard? Is he having?
He is attacked by one Dragoul. Has not managed to damage him.
Well, I'll flank. I'll come in for him then because he.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. And it is now the Dragoul's turn. The one Dragoul attacking Iltran will continue attacking Iltran, swiping down with his hatchet. So Iltran, please.
Swipe again.
Yes. No. This time you are hit, and you take a roll and armor. 4. You take 2 points of damage from the Dragoul as he hacks into your shoulder. Your armor protects you a little bit, but the blade still punches through, cutting a superficial wound into your side. And the Dragoul will now also do a shield bash against you, as he has hit you with the axe, So roll another defense.
Quick again.
Yes.
With +5.
Yes. Same way. Yes. This time you stumble backwards, and he doesn't manage to bash you in the face with his shield. You manage to get out of that. Still bleeding a little now on your shoulder, on your arm, but not too much. Then we have 2 more Dragoul attacking Carlio. So 2 defenses for you, Carlio, with +3 each. So that's a 1 success, 1 fail. Again, you manage to parry the first one, but this time the second one goes in low and stabs you in the leg, basically in the calf with his short sword. Roll me armor.
Okay.
I believe your armor is a D8?
It's 1d6.
A D6, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have minute arms. Ooh, that's gonna be 4 points by the Dragoul as he stabs you in the leg.
Okay.
And that was the Dragoul's turn. Iltran.
How many are there left now?
3.
Okay.
1 attacking you, and 2.5, and 1.5 attacking Carlio.
Okay, well, I'm gonna bring Stone Cascade again.
Sure. The one against the one that's in front of you at first, I'm guessing.
Yep, and I'm gonna do the thing that I roll against my corruption also.
Okay.
First, I'm also gonna roll for my corruption, or do I do that after?
Well, first you fail your spell, which means you can still roll against corruption, but the spell doesn't go off.
Okay, so
This time your concentration is not strong enough. The pain overwhelming you. You're not used to being hurt. Not physically. And you also take 1d4 corruption. So roll me d4.
also roll resolute check to use that by 1. Yep.
What?
The novice of my of sorcery allows me to reduce it to 1.
So you
By
rolled
rolling it.
once for the spell, which failed, and then you rolled once to reduce corruption. And what was the third one?
The second time was to try against my corruption to succeed the spell, and then the third time is for the corruption.
The first one is the one to succeed the spell.
Yeah, and then the second time is to roll against my corruption to succeed the spell. That's the adept of the.
Oh, that's right. You can re-roll that. That's right. I remember.
And then the third one is to reduce the corruption to only 1.
Oh damn! Sorcerers roll dice.
Yeah.
So what happens if you fail that second roll? Is there any?
If I succeed it, the spell happens, and I take an extra 1d4 temporary.
Oh, that's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
but if I fail it, nothing happens.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you have you still take 1 temporary corruption.
Yep.
Only 1. Sticks.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna go help the spellcaster.
Sure.
So once again.
However, Conrad is already there.
Oh, okay. So who's on their own against dead people?
Carlio is fighting 2 Dragoul. Well, 1.5 Dragoul.
Okay, I'll sneak up on the half because that's about my size.
Sure. Yeah. Like sort of standing on one leg.
Yeah, and I will attack him once again. Twin attack.
Go for it.
Sneaking up on him with backstab.
Yeah, that is another 2 + 2 because you're flanking.
Okay. So let's see. Here's the first attack.
It's
that success.
Okay, yeah, just roll damage.
And the second attack succeeds too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one's dead, but
all right, so
for the heck of it, you might roll like 2 1s.
We'll roll 2d8 for 10,
yeah.
And then 1d4.
Well, you can't really roll all of them together, but that's fine. It's good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. You stab through the chest of the Dragoul from behind. Both like blades come out at the front, rip them back out, and at a weird angle, obviously, because you're smaller than him. You rip them back out. The Dragoul slumps down. Only 2 left standing. And Carlio, your turn. You have 1 opponent left.
Oh, yeah.
All right. You stab him straight through the face. Roll damage. 9 points. Not bad at all. This Dragoul's not looking great. Your spear comes in through one of the eyes and rips back out, and there's a massive opening now. You can see this shattered bone underneath. No blood coming out still. The blood must be frozen solid inside this creature's body. But it's not looking good at all. I mean, never really did, but you know what I mean. Conrad.
I am just charging at this guy, and I wheel my axe behind my head, and I again try and slice through him to try and help the wizard out.
That is a 17. Strong +2 because you're flanking.
Here we go. 4. Nice.
Hits. See if you can chop that one down in one hit as well.
Damn. Sorry, missed one. One dice fell off.
That's all right.
Sorry. So 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
All
so
right.
The 12 and then the 3 on the D4.
The axe enters to the side and then is stuck in the spine. You don't quite manage to shatter the spine, but you rip the axe back out, and the Dragouls are like hanging sideways, basically like this, as his spine is half cut. But he's still standing.
Yeah.
And it is now his turn, and he will strike back at you.
That's
So
fair
give me a
enough.
defense check with a +5.
A defense check. Defense 8. So,
Yeah, so 13 or lower.
so here we go. 13 on the button. Lucky.
Just barely. You like, oh, this one will fall for sure. But then you realize, oh no, he's not falling. He's striking at me. But somehow you manage to just barely get your axe in between his hatchet and your face, and just bites into your axe. Luckily, your shaft is reinforced with iron, and it doesn't do much. It's just a few small wood splinters. That's all there is. And the other Dragoul will strike at Styx now, stabbing downwards with his short sword. That is a success. So once more, Styx is just laughing at these clumsy, half-frozen, dead creatures and dancing out of the path. Iltren, your turn.
Well, I assume you know what's happening now.
Yep.
Yep, that's a success.
Okay.
And
See if you can reduce the corruption. You can. Oh, it's damage? Okay, now one of the... okay, the first Dragoul is just broken into pieces as this large chunk of flaming rock shoots out of nothing and basically opens a massive cave through his chest.
That one was for my corruption. Now I'm rolling to retry it.
Yep.
Nope.
No, so the first Dragoul has a massive hole in his chest, falls over.
I can actually do the thing with my corruption also.
What do you mean?
Ah, that's a success. The thing where I roll against my corruption to succeed the spell.
No, that's just the initial casting of the spell. If
Okay.
the spell succeeds or not. It's not an initial casting. This is an after effect of the spell.
Yeah, sure.
That was Iltrin's turn. One last Dragoul standing, Styx. And that one's the one that stabbed at you.
Okay. I'll make my 2 attacks.
Sure.
Success.
Yeah, okay.
And 14, is there a plus or anything to that? Or
+2, yeah. I'm guessing you're flanking around because you're 2 against.
okay. Then they both hit. So
Yep.
D8 for 1. 6 points total.
Yep. All right, you take him down. And with that, the Dragoul destroyed. And once more, the wind and the snow are the only thing ruling this place.
Styx is checking pockets.
Not a bad idea. So, are you checking the 6 that rise up, that rose back up, or are you checking everything one? Because there's like a dozen bodies here. Only half of them rose up.
I'm checking the ones that rose up.
Okay. Let's see.
Just double check, by the way, and my corruption goes back to down. Corruption.
Yes, at the end of the scene.
Yep.
Okay, let me see. You find in total about maybe 30 Ortegs worth of money.
Okay.
Not great, but still. You also find some bottles of booze and some food that seems okay, like traveling rations that seem fine.
Okay.
Frozen stuff, of course, but
I'll take the liquor and give how many bottles roughly?
I'd say about 3 bottles of strong liquor.
Okay, I give a bottle of liquor to
Bottles,
each
like
of them.
3
I give a bottle of liquor to each of the rest of the party and say, "Here's your cut."
I clap Sticks on the shoulder and say, a man after my a friend after my own. You know what I mean. Thank you. And spit out the cork and take a hefty swig.
It is okwai. It's a fermented milk-based, fairly strong alcoholic drink that you are very familiar with. It's one of the favorite drinks of the tribes. Yeah, it isn't extremely strong, but not weak by any means.
So these are obviously
really decent quality.
Cool. These are obviously resurrected lads, presumably, of the recent barbarian, not totally recent, but relatively. Are they the corpses look fairly?
Looking at the corpses, they look nearly untouched, like especially except for the arrows and such that are sticking out of them. They don't look like rotten or anything. They look, just frozen, like as if they fell over a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
What do the arrows look like? Were they?
Looking at the arrows, they look weird. You've never seen arrows like these. They're long, thin, and their tips are sort of diamond-shaped, drawn like a long, drawn-out D8s, basically, sort of shape-wise. And they're made of this silverish metal, and there's small symbols on them.
What are the symbols like the spider symbols?
No, they are like very finely made, some sort of markings. They're not pictograms as such. They maybe letters or something. You're not quite sure.
Would I recognize this as maybe something elfish?
Give me a cunning check.
Yeah. Nope.
You're not sure. I mean, you haven't really had much like of a touch with your people, if you know what I mean. They sort of left you with the humans, so.
Can I take a look at these symbols as well?
You can definitely.
Yeah.
Roll me a cunning check to see if they tell you something.
No, I get a 12, so no.
You have no idea.
No.
I'll take my cunning's 5. I mean, I'll take.
Yeah, I'm afraid you wouldn't know, even if you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sticks looks at the arrow they're holding, goes, "Yeah, it's an arrow."
That is true.
Excellent deduction, print.
So we thought these were the hills we were meant to be at, but they were just a pile of bodies.
No. No, the hills are still there. No. Yeah, piled like 10 million bodies.
Yeah,
Like World War Z style. No. The hills are still ahead. You can still see them in the distance. It would take you a couple hours to get there. It's now about noon-ish or like early afternoon. It'll still take you about 2 to 3 hours to get to the hills, probably. But no, these were just like small mounds of snow that were on in a clearing that you were crossing without paying them too much attention.
Oh, okay. So I reckon we're gonna head towards the hills, but before we do, I'll have a swig of this milk, this
Certainly.
alcoholic milk.
Yeah, you recognize it. Like you probably had it before in like some not so clean taverns.
Yeah, I just like have it.
Okwai is fairly common. I mean, it's not by no means rare. It's one of the most common drinks, not counting things like beer and wine. It's probably one of the most common drinks out there, even in Ambria, especially in the northern parts of Ambria, where there's quite a few barbarians.
Okay.
Ilitran is not going to drink.
Okay.
And our dude that got stabbed in the leg, does anybody want to take care of him?
I mean,
Yeah.
Anybody got anything that can heal him?
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
I'll pour some of the alcohol on the wound.
Yeah, stings a little.
I have some herbal cures if you require them.
I think I'd be much obliged.
Right, so I'm gonna apply some herbal cure to his wound, which
Sure.
heals 1 toughness.
Yes, I believe it does. Yes.
Thank
And
you, sir.
also I'm gonna do the same to mine.
Okay. How many herbal cures do you have?
3.
Okay, so two of them are gone, and you both regenerate 1 toughness each.
Good.
It's basically an alchemical poultice with some bandages. So you bandage both your wound and Carlio's wound, and you feel a little better after this, for sure.
Awesome. I think we carry on heading towards the hills.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
You are walking towards the hills, and woods are quiet around you. The weather is growing worse again. This was just a brief respite from the snow. Snow is closing in once more. The clouds slowly descending until they seem to like they're hanging just above the treetops, barely out of reach, really. And the snowfall is getting heavier and heavier. All of you, give me your resolute checks, please.
Fuck.
11. 2 successes, I suppose, then.
Fail.
Okay, so who failed?
I failed.
Sticks.
Interesting. Styx and Iltrin. So as the snow and the wind are howling around you, both of you seem to be hearing something. Like a voice in the wind, or the voice of the wind. There's this a weird cadence, like a rising and falling, nearly like a melody that you seem to be detecting in the howling of the wind itself. It doesn't seem to be coming from anywhere specifically, but it gives you the creeps.
So, is anybody else hearing that?
Hearing what?
I.
Hearing what?
Sounds like a drunken old man.
Sounds like someone chanting something.
It's a deep voice, very deep voice.
Can I try and listen and see if I can hear it?
You stop.
Yeah.
You hear only the wind, nothing more.
Don't hear anything except the wind.
Doesn't seem like anything to me.
Is it coming from anywhere? The directions of
No.
the hills?
No, it's directionless. Magic.
Seems like the hills are alive with the sound. Almost like music.
You know I'm Austrian, right?
I did not.
Yeah, well, you know. By the way, no one's seen that in Austria. No one. Only like American people seen that.
What are we talking about here?
The sound of
You
music.
you don't know it. See? You're not American. It's a
Well,
a musical that's set in Austria during the Nazi era about
Okay.
the family. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's like the thing that US people know about Austria, and no one here has seen it. Like no one, but everyone in the US has seen it pretty much.
they play it in music classes in high school. I had to watch it every year.
So, yeah, that's just how it works. Anyway, jumping back to Symbaroum.
Well, I would assume that there is a wizard or of some kind in these hills.
Based on the creepiness, I'm gonna exchange my dagger for my other short sword. So I'm gonna keep both weapons out.
Okay, walking with your weapons drawn. All right.
Yep. And behind one of the bigger people as a shield.
All right. So you've taken your usual marching order. Carlio up ahead.
Yep.
Sticks in trying in the center. And Conrad. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, is Corio injured?
A little bit.
Yeah, not terribly, but I've got a big gash on the leg.
Yeah.
So if you wanted me to go forward, in case you could take the rear, just if you wanted.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because luckily I haven't been. I'm untouched by undead hands for now.
So
Yeah,
we'll switch.
So maybe I'll go in front, and we can take the back then.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, you exchange positions and continue pushing on as the clouds grow not darker as such, but denser. It's weird. The wind actually starts quieting down a little as you are approaching the hills now. The hills are still heavily forested, but at the very top, they seem free of trees. You are now standing at the foot of the hills, basically, staring up, and it probably takes you about half an hour to get up there. They're not terribly tall. And you still have a good, probably 2 to 3 hours of daylight left. So there's no reason to hesitate, except for the following. Styx and Iltron, looking up, you see the clouds hanging low above the hills, slowly starting to come into swirling motion, drawing together, and you could swear that they were forming a giant face, staring down on you, high up into the clouds, wide eyes, just holes in the clouds, and a mouth that opens up wide, and then closes once more as the silent scream seems to be bellowing forth without you hearing anything. And then slowly the clouds disperse again as you're both just standing there staring up. And you both realize this, well, especially you, Carlio, because you see both of them like stopping in front of you. Conrad just keeps walking probably without realizing that they stop.
So, what are you guys doing, man?
Did you not see the giant face?
A spell has been cast on us. Some kind of spell has been cast on us.
I give them some of the alcohol. So you boys probably need some of this.
No.
The funny thing is, both of them hadn't had the alcohol. The other two have. So what was the lecture? What is the thing we're taking from this game, folks? Drink more booze. Drinking protects you from evil magic stuff.
So I call Conrad over.
Yeah, you call out. He stops. He's been already like slowly disappearing in the snow. Then stops and sees you like standing about 25, 30 meters behind him.
Yeah, kind of lumber back to the.
Yeah. So, Carlo is not particularly bright. He's got a very low cunning. Would he know that potentially that these guys are bewitched? I mean,
you're not sure. They could be things because they're nervous. And again, they're both inhuman. Like they're not humans. The one of them is elvish blood. The other one's a goblin. They're both of the elder people. So maybe their senses are attuned to things that you don't know. Or maybe there is some sort of magic around that you're resisting for some reason. You're not sure. I mean, you're not familiar with any of those things really that much.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to meta game out. Just so when Conrad comes up, I'll go, man, I don't know what's the matter with these guys. They're just very distracted. They're not haven't got the focus to do what we've been hired to do, man.
What's up with you two? You seem. What's going on?
Alex, can I roll a cunning check or something to see if I recognize that a spell has been cast on me?
Sure.
Yeah. Yep, that's a success.
Okay. I mean, you're not certain. You haven't felt any spell being cast on you. Usually, spells aren't particularly subtle, or the ones you're familiar with anyway. Usually, you feel if a spell is being cast on you because it fucks you up pretty badly, to put it frankly. So you're not sure. I mean, you're familiar with magic in some ways, but you're not by any means like a master, and you are aware there's a lot of things out there that you haven't learned yet. And you are also aware. I mean, you've heard the stories about elvish magic that seems to be very weird. You've heard the myths of true magic. You've heard the stories of the old kingdom of Symbaroum with its powerful wizards. You're not sure. It could very well be some sort of magic involved here that casts on you, but you're not quite sure why it shouldn't be affecting the humans as well. Usually, especially in your mind, humans are way weaker willed than you.
All right, so I have no idea what's going on, but if I had to throw a guess in the dark, I'd say that this land is consecrated or something, and it's gotten to us.
Yeah, so I think Collier loses his temper a little bit. He'll go, "What's the matter with you blokes? Come on, it's time for you to concentrate. We're all gonna die if we don't pay attention. We all need each other."
Concentrate. Who got stabbed? Who got stabbed? Yeah. Okay. Concentrate. We look up a hill. I see a giant screaming face. I'm hearing things in the wind. Something's not right. I think I am focused.
If I look up, do I see anything, Alex?
There's clouds, sure.
You saw a face? You say? A face in the...
No matter. Let's just be on our guard. Something is amiss. Let's continue, shall we?
Okay.
Giant face. Start looking around.
You don't see a giant face.
Yeah. I lumber forward.
However, you can all roll me vigilance checks as you are progressing and slowly starting to climb up the hill. It's not very steep, but still a little more exhausting than walking on the plains.
Barely made it.
11 I fail.
Oh, yeah. I got it.
How many levels?
My vigilance is 4 levels.
Okay. So, Carlio, as you are walking up the hill, you spot movement out of the corner of your eye. You turn around, you look over to the left, and you see what looks to be a humanoid figure standing there with what you think is a spear hidden in the shadow amongst the trees. And as you're watching, this figure steps backwards and disappears.
I alert the guy straight away. I definitely saw somebody standing there with a spear, and he's pulled back into the bush. We've got to go and chase him.
Maybe it's the barbarian's brother we were supposed to look for. And Dragoul would have run right at us.
Spear. Sorry.
We gotta get that guy, man.
Well, why don't you start running after him then?
I've got a big gash in my leg.
Okay, well, I'll start trudging forward, thinking I really hope that is a spear and not a staff. Yeah, so I run forward.
Okay. Yeah, you leap through the bushes towards that area that Carlio pointed at, but you don't see anyone. I mean, it's trees and bushes, plenty of hiding places. This person could very well be crouching somewhere close by, but from what you can see, there's no one there.
You're all mad, seeing things. I don't see anything. I turn around and I kind of raise my shoulders and shake my head. I don't see anything. Which way did he go?
Is there any way we can't track? Are there any signs on the ground or anything that we can see?
You can certainly look it up if you want to. Like, you can look around the area. I mean, you don't remember like exactly the very specific spot that this person was standing at, but you know the general area. You can look around a bit. Sure, that would be the vigilance check.
Would my bushcraft have any?
Yes. So those of you who do not have bushcraft, I would give you a -3 on vigilance for this. Those of you who have bushcraft, meaning Conrad, because he's the only one who does, just roll a straight up vigilance.
Okay. 3. So yeah.
I made it barely.
Okay. So both Conrad and Styx, you do actually find footprints. They're very shallow footprints. You think boots. And yet there was definitely someone standing there and then ran off.
Shadow. Is this familiar to me? Am I thinking? Would I? Well, I presume, has Conrad have much truck with elves before?
No, luckily, because the elves are a deadly bunch that are very humorless and often slay humans on sight, and they are quite deadly.
Yeah. Well, I show Corleo the tracks, and anyone else who, of course, Styx is also seeing them.
Yes, looking at the tracks, Conrad, and thinking about elves, you think that this could very well be an elven track. The way some of this, whoever is moving, like whoever this person was moving very swiftly, wasn't sinking into the snow very deeply, and knew how to move in a forest.
Okay. I say.
Okay.
I think. Well, I've had limited experience, but I think these are elvish tracks. We should be careful.
Yeah. So I don't think that I want to tangle with elves quite yet. I reckon we head back to the hills. What do you guys reckon?
Yeah, go back on mission.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds the best plan.
All right. So you continue uphill, moving past the position where you saw this person still watching you, and then walk up for a good hour or so, half an hour or so, until you get to the very top of the hills. As you are progressing upward, the snow starts falling heavier, but it's not a snowstorm. It's just heavy snowfall. There's little wind up here in these hills. However, there's also very few trees. So the very top of the hill range, or those three hills, are barren, mostly barren anyway. For as you reach the top, you see to your right what looks to be 4 large stones, like standing stones, standing next to each other, about maybe 100 yards to your right, still sort of half covered by the falling snow. You can barely see it, the sort of silhouettes in the distance, but they are very tall. They seem about at least 3 or 4 times the size of a man.
Are they humanoid?
It's hard to say, but it doesn't look like it from where you can see. You're still, as I said, fairly far away.
Well, I presume we examine these stones.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So you're approaching, and slowly you see a little better what these stones are. They are, in fact, 5 of them, not 4. You didn't see the 5th one because it's much smaller than the others. It's only about the size of a human, maybe slightly taller. The other ones are about 3 times that size. So a good maybe 6-7 meters tall. They are quite wide, about as wide as 2 strong muscular men standing next to each other. And they are really crooked. They're not like perfectly straight going up. They're slightly sort of bent, and you're not sure. There's like, looks like not all the, they're not evenly thick in all places. It looks like they are consisting of like a thick part, and then a slightly thinner part, and then a thick part, and then another slightly thinner part, and then a thick part again.
Like a totem pole?
No, not quite. They don't look like, there's no faces, there's no inscriptions, there's nothing like that. And as I said, they're slightly crooked, so they're not straight up. They're not standing straight up. They're like this sort of.
Curved?
Slightly curved, yes.
And are they smooth?
They are not perfectly smooth, but fairly smooth. They look very old. You all get the impression of something that's been standing here for many, maybe centuries even.
And these statues look like humanoid, right?
No, they're not human. They're not statues. They are stones standing.
Yeah.
There's no sign of any face or any arm or nothing like that.
Is there any inscriptions like that spider symbol anywhere around this small?
No symbols at all.
No. Yeah.
However, whoever inspects these can give me a cunning check if you want to take a closer look.
Yep.
Okay.
14. I presume that's a fail.
4 successes.
Okay.
Yeah, I fail anyway.
Yep. Yeah, you're just standing there like, weird
Oh.
stones.
I get it. My cunning's fast.
Yeah, nice. And Sticks, do you want to roll, or are you just staying away for now? Oh, you already rolled, did you?
No, I'm gonna let them check it out. For all I know, it's a stone hand coming out of the ground that's gonna grab them. So
That's fair enough. As Sticks is saying that, Carlio and Iltrin, you both realize, yeah, that goblin's exactly right. These things, they're fingers. They're fingers sticking out of the ground, like this. You can't see the hand. There's just a fingers reaching out. You're not quite sure if they are actually part of a hand. If they are, the hand would be massive. But they're definitely fingers, or something to be shaped to look like fingers. The things that you saw are digits, and the smaller one is a thumb, or the tip of the thumb, coming out of the ground.
All right, so I'm gonna take a step back.
All right.
And it's like it's snow covered the ground,
Yes, there is a bit of snow on them. Not as much as you would have expected, though. Oh, I think Russell froze, unless he finds something really funny.
right? He's pulling a grog.
Yeah, he's pretending to be a statue. Okay, well, let's give him a moment. Actually, in fact, let's have a short break, 2 minutes, so I can get some water and go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll be progressing towards the final part of this adventure.
Sounds good.
See you soon. Oh, Russell's not back yet, is he? Technical difficulties, everyone. Please stand by.
I'm here. I'm just eating, so I have my cam off.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm always eating, okay?
Yes. And Russell just messaged me and said, internet dropped, apologies, working on it. So he should be hopefully back within the next couple minutes. And then I can kill you, finally. I mean, your characters, of course.
If he's not back, I get his stuff.
You can just make like a banner and like hold it behind you all the time with that.
Yep.
Just the motto of that character. I'll get his stuff. If he, then like a blank, and I get his stuff. Yep. Goblins, everyone. That's why people love them.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, well, just be twiddling my thumbs until Russell comes back.
Oh, going well. Anyway, the adventure, so good fun.
Well. Yeah, you haven't been injured too badly. Survived your first fight.
Yeah.
Could have been worse. Luckily for you, the Dragoul were half frozen. They're not usually quite as weak as that. But
I feel like playing this in reality with a wizard or of some kind would basically require you to have a mountain of dice next to you.
Why?
For all the fucking dice you roll.
Well, I mean, that's only you as a sorcerer. Usually you don't roll that many dice for magic. And you also chose a spell that continues on. So you're like, it's your own fault.
Yeah, the rules seem nice and quick as well. Play well.
Yeah, rules are very simple. That's one of the many reasons I like Symbaroum. Although I'm more in it for the setting, not so much about the rules. I mean, the rules are decent.
Yeah.
I don't hate them or anything like that, but I'm still sort of getting used to the whole like the game master doesn't roll idea. I don't know. Still not quite 100% on board with that. But
from the player's side, it's basically no difference, really.
No, for the player side, it's no difference. Of course not.
Yeah,
but
except they made spears pretty badass.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love that. Like in most role-playing games, I know spears are sort of at best a like shitty second, like a slightly more shitty second choice
Yeah, they're crap.
Which is weird because spears were used specifically because they beat swords pretty much all the time, and you basically don't need any training.
Yeah,
really.
that's why the spears were. But they easily mass produced. I mean, it's just a stick with a little bit of metal on top. You don't really need much training to use them. It's just like, here, hold it and stab at someone. It's not like you need fencing lessons, and yeah, and they're good against in large numbers, because like, try charging a group of like 50 people. Everyone has a spear out. Chances are pretty high that you're not going to get to them.
And even if you do get through the spear, you can still use them as a kind of a quarter, like forward bashing, like as a quarter staff. So they do work quite well in close combat if you know what you're doing.
Yeah. So yeah, but no, I like it. I really like the I mean, you need a long what's it called, long weapon mastery or something.
Yeah.
To make them work really well. But even even without that, they're still already decent weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen tests of like quarterstaffs being bashed against helmets, and they just buckle in.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, most armor isn't very well designed to protect against bashing, like bludgeoning weapons, basically.
Yeah, I've seen like tests.
That's the point of bludgeoning weapons, is using them to break, to not break through armor, but like break the bone underneath. You don't need to destroy the armor.
Yeah, I've seen tests of like actual like replica helmets that were made specifically to be as accurate as possible. And like even picks don't really break them. They're pretty fucking sturdy, but like a blow that hard to your skull is gonna, even if the helmet doesn't break, it's gonna do something. Definitely.
Like you can get that. You shake your brain. So
that was my tea.
Okay, that your tea's calling you.
Yes. No, it was the timer.
Right.
To take the tea out of the tea cup.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, the setting is very evocative. It's definitely it's kind of.
Well, they say they like, I think it even says so or at least in the Kickstarter campaign, they did post about like being inspired by Warhammer Fantasy, which is one of my favorite settings and maybe my favorite role-playing game of all time. So I knew that it's on board. I mean, the artwork's great, even though I'm one of those people not really that interested in the artwork as such. That seems to be selling it for many people, though.
Yeah, I love the artwork. Also, Järnringen, not Jarnringen.
Whatever. Well, I guess it's yeah. I should have known that. I mean, it's the same in German. Järnringen. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Just hang out on the internet.
What's funny is that we have more consistent viewers right now than we had before. We had 3 viewers for while we've been sitting here, but when I've been watching, it's been like jumping between 2 and 4.
Yeah. Whatever.
Apparently, this is more entertaining to watch than Symbaroum.
Sure. They didn't like Russell anyway.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, that guy's gone. Let's jump back in. Awesome. Oh, well, let's hope he will make it soon. Otherwise, the final might be a little tricky for you guys. I'm not saying you're going to die, but...
You're saying you were going to die. Okay.
I'm not going to die, but you're going to undie and become undead.
I'm not saying you're going to die, but you probably won't survive.
Right.
Well, at this point, I'm up 30 Ortegs. I'm good. I can leave now.
It's just like, sure, I made it all this way to the center of frightened Davokar forest, and I have 30 Ortegs. That's fine. No problem. This is all right.
This is why we send the goblin first.
Yeah, he's a glass mostly full type of person, even though the glass is only half full.
Right.
He's pretty tough in the old arena anyway.
That's because his defense is really high.
Yeah, he's super quick. That's why.
Yeah.
If you have a very high quick, then you're very hard to hit because quick is what your defense is based on. And yeah, so super quick.
Yeah, you sort of like your defense is more like a dodge roll. You
Yes.
roll to dodge, and then you roll to negate damage with your armor.
Yes, as it should be, because that's
Yeah.
what armor does. It negates damage, to help you not get hit. I mean, it's the opposite. If you're wearing heavy armor, you're going to get hit more, obviously.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happens in Symbaroum, because you have the impeding quality on your armor if it's heavier, which means your quick goes down and you get hit more.
But you hope the trade-off is worth the.
Yeah, usually. I mean, if you have decent armor, you can very well negate all damage or most of the damage from every hit.
Yeah, it's like actually interesting enough when you in Warhammer, if you ever did have a player character who had full battle plate, which was very rare, thank God. They were just like tanks.
Well, the full plate in Symbaroum is especially if you have man at arms, which is like the armor mastery thing. Gives you a D12, I believe.
Ouch! Yeah.
Forever no damage.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's still 1d12, so you could roll a 1 or a 2, and you still take a ton of damage. That's you never.
I also assume that when you get that armor, you're starting to find a little heavier stuff.
Not necessarily. I mean, if you guys had, a heavy armor is only 10 thaler. That's not that expensive.
No.
No.
Not really.
You can buy that.
You probably would have made it across the river.
Oh, it's 1d10. Sorry, not 1d12. It's 1d10, but still.
Yeah. But to be fair, that's like the price of small house. So.
What is it?
Yeah, Croft $10.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, I wouldn't call it a small house, but sure. I mean, it's a tiny hovel sort of thing.
Yeah.
Basically. But yeah, sure. It's fair enough. I mean, 10 thaler is a lot of money. Most people don't. Like the average farmer doesn't see a thaler in his life. It's not like
it's a gold coin.
D&D with like everyone just like throws around gold coins. Like
Oh God!
30 gold. So yeah, for a thaler, you can get a cow, a pig, a dozen chicken, or half a dozen sheep for 1 thaler.
Wow!
So
Like
a lot of money.
Yeah, your farming career, started with a thaler. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what it should be in fantasy, especially, dark-ish fantasy. There should be no, I have 17,000 gold. Where are you putting that? My bag of holding. Oh, okay.
That actually plays into the new Conan game. They have upkeep where you spend your ill-gotten gains afterwards. Like you have to pay a certain upkeep.
It's Conan Exiles.
No, the new role-playing game that Modifius put out.
Modifius, sorry, yeah.
I'd love to play a game in the Conan world. Actually, it's a pretty cool world.
Oh, I have a role-playing game called Barbarians of Lemuria, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's a good game. Yeah.
That's a Conan-ish game, basically.
Yeah, that's a good game. Though.
I haven't played it yet, but it looks good. I
need to rewatch the Conan movies. They're not great,
Like
but they're interesting.
They're brilliant.
Oh, they have Arnold Schwarzenegger.
They're brilliant.
Yeah.
He doesn't speak English for shit.
Oh man, his early movies were so fucking bad.
It was so funny though, because the way he talks is so terrible. It's just like, I've seen you before. You're the man from the TV screen. It's just like, my name is Hercules, the son of Zeus.
Oh Jesus, that was awful.
It's so funny. I could just laugh all the time when I'm watching it. It's like a comedy. I mean, it kind of is a comedy anyway, but like, just just sells it.
It's like watching John Wick as a Swedish person, because like the leader of the mob guys is supposed to be Russian, but he has a super thick Swedish accent.
Okay.
And I just couldn't stop laughing at it. It's like, just pick some European for the role. They'll know.
Yeah, no one will know anyway. Northern Europe, it's kind of cold there, so it's fine. All the same.
They seem to do that a lot, though. They get like, we'll get an English villain. It's kind of in most of the movies. It's supposed to be
villain is cheaper, I guess, or something. I don't know. Yeah, well, we'll give Russell another minute or two, and then we'll have to continue without him. That would be a pity.
Did his internet just?
Yeah, it seems like it dropped or something. He hasn't been online. That's a lot. He just sent me a message. Internet dropped. Trying to fix it, and I haven't heard from him ever since.
The quality on his thing was a little bit shaky, you know. So maybe that was.
He's going to show up after we're all dead.
Yeah, probably.
Here to save the day.
Do you have his stats, maybe?
Sorry?
Do you have his stats?
Maybe? Yeah, I have his stats. Yeah, I can play. I mean, I can run him along if necessary. It's not. I don't really like doing that, but I mean, I can do it if I want, if necessary. Yeah.
Maybe give him a minute or two and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm listening to that Lovecraft playlist that I used for the Cthulhu one shot, and it's pretty fitting for this too, actually.
Which one? Sorry.
The one with Musica Cthulhuiana and stuff on it.
What? I didn't understand any of that. What you said.
Musica Cthulhuiana.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that's they're amazing. I have actually a CD. From them.
There are like 8 other bands on here as well, but yeah. It's pretty good, like creepy ambient music. Yeah.
This is the one that's in the background now, right?
No, that's just my soundtrack, like one of my winter soundtracks of things.
Do you have Spotify?
I haven't actually got an account yet. Actually,
okay.
Yeah.
Because it's a Spotify playlist, so I could just link it if you had it.
Yeah, and I'm one of these weird people that I kind of like to own my music, like even if it's an MP3, yeah, I still like to.
That's fair enough.
I mean, yeah. I have a few CDs, but like I haven't listened to them in like 8 years.
Oh yeah, no, mine are all on MP3 now. Like, but I just have a. But
yeah, the few times that I get files of music is like for bands that I really like and wants like higher quality sound from it. So I get like these FLAC files with like 2000 bitrate.
Okay, well, anyway, it doesn't look like Russell's coming back, sadly enough. Hopefully he will, but we will be jumping back into the game because I do need to eventually go to bed. And
I have another D&D game after this also.
yeah, and I have work in the morning, so. All right, let us continue back in. So you have tracked through the forest. You have survived your encounter with half-frozen Dragoul, and you have wandered up into the slumbering hills, seeing a weird figure in the distance, maybe elvish, maybe something else, you're not sure, but no one has been attacking you, and you found these 4 and then 5 weird standing stones that you, after inspection, realized were the fingers of a stone hand, or maybe without the hand actually, reaching out of the ground and reaching up for the sky, as if some giant all made of stone was trapped within the earth and trying to break free.
Right, so I'm gonna
standing there right at the moment.
I'm gonna cast Brimstone Cascade as where I think like the palm of the hand is.
Okay.
To like melt away the snow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me a just a corruption check. You don't bother about the first check because actually no, you have to because you take in corruption every time you just do it even.
Success.
Yeah. Okay, successful. And let's see if you can reduce your corruption.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so just 1 temporary corruption. So you stand there, focus your power, and shoot a flaming stone out of nothing, exploding into snow, throwing snow and earth to the sides. It doesn't penetrate very deeply into the ground, but it does manage to burn away the layer of snow, some of the chunks of ice that were there, and a little bit of the top ground. And you do see actually the fingers seem to continue further, and there is a little more stone underneath. It seems like there is actually a hand joining those together, even though you can only see the very top of it.
Theory confirmed, I guess. Right, what should we do with this then? Anyone have any ideas? Just continue going.
Is this some kind of topple? I presume this is some huge toppled statue, is it? Is that what...
Looks like it.
Yeah.
I mean, the fingers themselves are about 3 times the size of a man.
Yeah.
If it is a statue, then it must be ridiculously massive.
Is there any tracks or any around does it look like much movement? I know, well, of course, you're talking about the Dragoul, but
yeah, you give me a vigilance check.
Yeah, is there any place we can check for the like an origin of these.
Well, the problem is the snowfall is quite heavy, so all the tracks
true.
will be gone within minutes. But you can still give me a vigilance check.
Yeah, I failed by 3, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Looking around, just snow there. Nothing.
And are we in these hills that we were supposed to go to now?
Yeah, you are on top of one of them, pretty much.
Okay.
On the summit, so to speak, the highest peak, the peak. Sorry, not the summit. The summit is at the bottom.
And where would we like assume that the wrist of the hand is going?
Well, it would be going downward. I mean, the fingers are coming out of the ground.
Okay, so it's like kind of this thing.
Yeah, it's like this.
Okay.
From what you can tell, I mean, it's hard. It could be like this for all you know, but you wouldn't be able to see that.
Okay.
Could we assume that some kind of entrance might be at the base of the statue? Presumably, possibly. Could I go down towards where I think the base might be and start looking around?
So towards the direction of the palm, basically.
No. If
Like,
the palm is,
if the hand's like this, are you going into the direction of the palms facing, or the direction?
let me think. If the palm is up, I would go down, try and follow the wrist and down. Do you know what I mean? Like from
I mean, from what you can gather, the wrist might going down straight up, like down into the ground. As I said, you're on the top of a hill now.
Yeah.
Fingers are coming out.
Well, I suppose maybe we can start, I don't know, looking around for some kind of disturbance or to see if we can find an entrance, or unless
If you want to, sure.
or unless we could try and find the head, which would probably be easier, but there might be, I would doubt there would be, might give us a clue to. But,
If you want to look around, you can all give me vigilance checks. The question is, do you want to split up to do that, or do you want to stay together? Because obviously staying together means you can cover far less ground, but splitting up might be dangerous.
I mean, I'm gonna try and just walk far enough away that I can see the others.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, we'll all do that.
Out,
then.
but you stay within line of sight. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Give me vigilance checks. Ooh.
Oh, I get it this time. So,
Sweet.
8 levels.
All right.
nice. Wow.
The Sticks, looking around, you spot something about to your right. There's some rocks, and there's something sort of greenish gray amongst the rocks. And you look over and you see what looks to be a cloak of some kind, sort of hanging over one of the rocks, half covered in snow.
Okay. I'll relay this to the rest of the group.
Okay.
That's strange. I'm gonna maybe move over towards it and have a gander.
Sure. You move over, and you very soon realize that it's not just a cloak. There's a whole body there. In fact, two bodies. Two bodies dressed in long, greenish-gray cloaks, mostly covered in snow now. There's a spear, a broken spear lying nearby, also mostly covered in snow.
All right.
Wiping some of the snow off. Do they look elvish or barbarian?
You're not sure what they are, but they have been snowed on, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Oh, sorry. Okay, you reach down, and where you're going for the face, sort of?
Yeah.
Where the head would be, okay. You wipe off the snow, and the face underneath is no longer there. Looks like someone took a big blade, or maybe a massive claw, and chopped straight through the face.
Ow.
It's broken and just mostly gone.
What about the other one?
The other one, you grab the body and turn it around. Snow falls off the face, and you see there's an elf.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
A dead elf lying there. This one, looking down, is missing most of its stomach. The face, however, is unhurt, untouched mostly.
I am tempted to put my axe through both their heads, just in case they decide to. But if there's elves looking on, which I'm sure there are, who are being spied, I don't know if that would be.
Let's not.
Yeah.
Looking up from the dead elves to your feet, you do see between the rocks, there is an opening. A hole in the ground, basically, hidden, half hidden amongst the rocks. A fairly large one, too.
There we have. There we have it.
I'm not going first.
Well, I know who's going first then. Russell's character.
Carleo shrugs and says, I can go first if you want to. Sure.
Well, presumably he still has a bad leg, so I don't know if I'm the greatest climber though, and I'm not very discreet, but I will go first if no one else will. I'll just
Looking into the hole, you do realize no climbing necessary. There's stairs leading down.
Now, sorry to metagame, but you guys have probably noticed that I'm not probably the most silent of people, but just to warn you before I decide to go down. Unless anyone
noticed that by now. It's no metagaming as such.
Sorry.
That's not metagaming as such.
Oh yeah, okay.
You know that you're not a quiet fella. You know that you're not good at sitting around.
Cool. So, well, if no one's going to volunteer, I will try my best to slowly creep down. To creep down the stairs.
I'll follow behind. I just wasn't going first.
All right. Give me and which means Carlia is probably going last. So yeah. Okay. Give me a discreet check if you want to sneak down.
All of us, or just him?
Oh, all of you. Well, whoever wants to sneak down.
Yeah.
Sneaking, I got a 4, which is discreet. That's 6 levels.
Okay. Styx is very quiet.
I got a 7, which sorry. No, I fail.
All the rest fails. So Styx is the only one who's sneaky. The rest is just slowly moving down the stairs. You do realize as well that it is getting dark down.
Sorry, guys. You all seem to have. Oh, you're back. Sorry, you guys cut out there.
Okay, so no worries. So as you're descending, you do realize you're going into darkness. There's no light down there. You'll need some sort of light source to see.
Okay. I'm just checking my character sheet. I presume I have some form of torch or lantern, or do I?
I'm not sure.
No, I don't. Has anyone got a torch? I don't.
You have wood with you that you can make a makeshift torch out of.
Yeah.
And alcohol. We have alcohol for fuel.
I don't know if it's 40%. Is it?
I have candles, but I don't think they do quite what you want them to do. So
okay, well, I'll just take maybe some spare cloth. If there's anything around, or use a bit of my bedroll or something, and try and make a makeshift torch if possible.
Sure. You, after a minute or two, a torch flares up, and you slowly start descending. You do realize these steps are very finely made. They don't look like there's someone, like some primitive people have just carved them out of stone. They look very smooth, very finely made. The top few are covered with a little bit of snow that has been drifting in, but the others are dark and uncovered, just dark gray stone, moving down further and further. And the stairs are like going down, spiraling downwards. It's fairly wide, however. There's about enough space for about 4 people standing next to each other on those stairs and in this staircase. And you go down and down and down and down, and then the stairs finally come to an end. And you step out, and you realize you are in some sort of massive cavern. Even though you cannot see very far, you can feel it. There's air around you, old air, with a slightly damp smell and something with a whiff of some sort of rancid smell underneath. This is a large room, a massive room, or cave or something. The floor is flat stone, same as the stairs were, this dark gray stone.
Could I? What's Martin's character called?
I forgot. No, Elytra.
Okay.
That's how good I am at big names.
Could you take the torch? Because I find it. I'll just say it normally. Could your character take the torch? Because I won't be able to fight with a torch and my two-handed axe.
Right, of course, yes. I'll hold it for you.
Yeah, that would be.
Ultron takes the torch, holding up high, and as you are talking, your voice is sort of hollering out, echoing through the chamber, and it's like they're distorted echoes. Your voices are coming back to you, but as if they're slightly off. And then silence. And you now finally, for the first time in days, you have gotten out of the wind. It is completely quiet around you. And then there's a spark of green light in the distance. And then another spark. And then a small flame, like a small fire, starts curling up. However, it's throwing shifting green light through the cavern. It's a fair bit off, a good maybe 100 yards or so away from you. But as you're looking in that direction, you see something standing there next to the fire, like some sort of bronze vessel, like a large cauldron or something along those lines. Just standing there next to the fire.
And this fire's like stationary?
Yes, the fire is stationary, yes.
Okay. Well, who wants to go first?
Well, I suppose. Well, I'll go first, carefully.
Right.
Obviously, I presume our presence has been well detected, so. Well, I trudge forward with my axe.
All right. You are slowly approaching this cauldron. And as you are approaching, you detect more and more details. This cauldron is extremely well made, and it seems rather large. It's basically about man-sized when it comes to height, and probably as wide that if a large man stretches out both his arms, he wouldn't be able to touch both sides at once.
Mm.
And the cauldron itself is decorated. It seems to be made of some sort of bronze or something, and there's these snake-like symbols swirling all around and curling all around the cauldron. And in fact, as you're approaching both Stick and Iltran, you feel this weird vibration in the air. And for you, it's nearly like the snakes, these symbols on the cauldron, start to move and writhe and crawl across each other. Both of you give me a resolute check.
Whew, thank God.
Nope.
Okay. Iltran, you shake your head and shake it off, whatever it is. Six, you feel this mesmerizing call. This thing, it seems familiar, and it seems familiar in a good way. It's like you get the feeling that you get when coming home. It seems pleasant. You just keep your eyes on it, and it feels nice just looking at it. There's something about it that speaks to you on a very subconscious level. And even though you're kind of aware that something's a bit weird, you don't really want it to stop. You're just watching it, looking at it with large eyes as you're slowly, ever so slowly approaching.
And do I notice him being a little weird about it?
You notice him sort of standing there, a little limp, just like completely relaxed, basically, and taking small steps towards the cauldron, not breaking eye contact, so to speak, with it.
I'm just gonna... Sticks, what are you doing?
There's nothing wrong here.
Right. What's your character's name again?
Conrad.
Right. Conrad. Please stop, Sticks.
Okay. I turn and I kind of.
Styx has moved past you now.
Hey.
Slowly approaching
Okay.
you.
I kind of grab him by his collar.
All right.
Styx, what's got into you? And I kind of pull him back.
It feels like home.
I stand in front of him, so I swing him round.
All right.
You're bewitched. This place is bad. This is a dark place. You're bewitched.
Look around and see if there's anything like stalking in the shadows or something.
I mean, it's a massive room. There's darkness all around you. It could be hundreds of people hiding out of you from all you could hear. But give me a vigilance check.
You had to say that, didn't you? Could be hundreds.
Someday I'll succeed a vigilance check. Someday.
Well, you should have higher than 10. So you're looking around, but just darkness around you. It doesn't feel too terrible, weirdly enough. Even though there is darkness around you, and your mind's sort of trying to put enemies into this darkness, but there's on some subconscious level, you feel okay with being here. You don't feel threatened as such. It doesn't feel good by any means, but it's not threatening. Not as threatening as you would have expected it to be on Earth.
This is somewhat conflicting with the memory of 2 dead elves being inside.
guys, we should go look in the cauldron. Let's get closer.
No. Strix, stay here, and I just grab him and like try to push him away.
Okay. Just calm down, Styx. You seem not yourself.
You seem to be the only one not affected by this. Maybe you should.
Okay, I'll go towards gingerly. I move towards the cauldron.
Okay. As you're approaching, you hear a heavy growl coming from somewhere in the darkness. Take one step closer to the cauldron, man-child, and it will be your last step.
Show yourself.
Do we all hear this, by the
Yeah,
way?
you all hear a voice, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's coming.
So just humans, can goblins go towards this magnificent cauldron?
You are of the old people. You are welcome. As long as you do not plan to disturb.
See, guys, it's not that bad.
So old people are welcome. Why are there 2 dead elves outside?
They tried to disturb. They did not understand.
Who are you?
And in the springtime of their youth, the fire that burns in their hearts.
Who are you?
I am Oranax, the Keeper. There's few shuffling, very heavy footsteps in the darkness. And then silence. Why are you here?
The Dragoul. Are you what's causing them?
Yeah.
Well, then we seem to have a problem. Right, why are you causing them?
They are like the fever, to burn, free the disease,
disease.
Yes. Tell me, have you ever tasted the dreams of a god?
Cannot say I have.
Let me tell you, they are like ashes on your tongue.
Well, that doesn't sound very tasty.
No. The god is sick. Darkness goes through his dreams.
And that's what's in the cauldron?
No. The antidote is what is in the first cauldron.
And the sickness is caused by
that which sleeps in the ground. The children of the narrow, of the world serpent.
Are you talking about the big hand outside?
No. That is but a representation of the god. Let me show you. Lordars, Urlar, Gash.
As the voice speaks, there is fire. A green flame flickering high up above your heads, illuminating a face. A massive face made of stone. A head protruding from the ceiling, looking down upon you. There's something wrong about this head. Something, the proportions are off. The size, it can't be true. The eyes themselves are so large, you can probably lose yourself in them. It looks like a mountain. The face the size of a mountain looking down upon you. But there's not enough space for something that big. It's impossible. You didn't walk that far underground. And what would keep that up in the air? There's something wrong. A large shape slowly comes out of the darkness and stops, approaching the cauldron, but stopping just outside at the very edge of the green flame that burns next to the cauldron. But you do see a massive shape, about double the size of a man, and at least 3 or maybe 4 times the width. A large head, slightly hunched over, like a large ape, but bigger than any ape you have ever heard of. The head is tilted to the side. There's 2 eyes, flickering yellow in the reflecting light of the green flames, watching you.
Now, do you see? God frozen in time, but he dreamed, and his dreams turned into nightmares by the poison trickling into his ear.
Can I, are you the one pouring poison into his ears?
No. I am the one trying to cure it. I am drawing it out. The poison, spitting it out, raising the fever to burn it from the god's mind.
What are your god's plans for when he awakes?
I know not. A god's mind is beyond me. But do not worry. We all will have fallen to dust before the god awakes.
This guy doesn't seem trustworthy at all.
I'm going to step back a bit to the other two dudes. Well, what are we going to do? I could kick that cauldron over.
Let's not. Let's not. Right, so you said the old races can approach.
If you desire.
And what would happen if we approached?
Nothing.
Sweet. Sticks gonna walk up to the cauldron.
All right.
I am too curious to stop him.
I will slowly walk up to where I was before, but
All right.
probably don't want to go any further without.
The head slowly pushes out into the light as Styx is approaching. You see these two massive brows, heavy like bones straight underneath the skin, two large eyes, slit like a cat, reflecting the light with a yellowish tinge and weirdly intelligent. Styx, you looking into these eyes, realize this creature is old. Very old. And you all realize, you have heard stories. This creature is a troll. As it slowly pushes its massive muscular body covered in thick, scaly skin out into the light and now curls and stretches behind the cauldron as Styx is approaching, looking at Styx, ignoring the other two for now completely.
Now, child of the old blood, tell me, what brings you here?
The face is coming closer to you until it's only about maybe 1.5 meters away, and the whole head is nearly your size, basically. Or not much smaller anyway.
We were sent here to investigate all the dead walking around. And we found a cloak and some dead elves in a hole. And here we are.
So, yes, here you are. What now?
He looks over to the other two and then back to you.
I'm going to look in the cauldron.
You can't. The cauldron is way taller than you.
Oh.
Well, the Dragoul are they're killing our people, and we'd like it to stop.
They will stop in a month or 2 months when the poison is diluted enough for the god to slumber on peacefully.
Could you, if you don't mind me speaking, could you maybe direct them somewhere else?
I cannot direct them. I have no hold over them. Your people will survive. There are so many of you out there. What difference do a few hundred make?
Well, they will send an army.
They will send an army into Davokar
try. So we cannot. Were we supposed to eliminate this threat? We were told to. Was investigation and it
We were told to stop the Dragoul.
stop? Yeah.
Yes. Basically.
So there's no way we can reach an agreement then.
Of course there is. Turn away. Go back to your people. Tell them to stand strong and survive. Tell them their dreams of a god are worth more than their sparks of their lives. Your kind does not have much to lose anyway. Their lives are short.
As much as I hate to say it, I'm inclined to agree here.
Wisdom speaks from the blood.
However, there is no trusting you.
I do not lie, elf. I have no reason to do so.
Fuck you, Alex. All right, guys, what do we do here?
I'm actually confused. For once.
I mean, you all could try to attack the troll. That would give me time to get back up the stairs.
I recommend not to take that course of action.
Well, of course not. That's why I talked about getting back up the stairs. I mean, 2 months, guys. We're talking 2 months.
And what if it dies?
But we don't get paid if we don't stop it. I like money.
You have been touched by the greed in the hearts of mankind.
I don't live very long.
Even more of a reason to not let greed control you.
All right, I'm going to start walking back to the group.
All right.
And then very quietly, what the fuck are we going to do?
I have no idea.
It's a big giant troll. I want the cauldron.
That strange man we encountered, the barbarian, he did say that he encountered a troll that was not much bigger than him, but twice as wide, and it had killed most of his comrades. I fear that this other troll will be a lot stronger.
It's killed 2 elves. An elf can kill 11 men on its own.
Oh, and Alex, I'll put my swords away because I've had them out the whole time.
Yeah.
So, and still quietly whispering to the, seriously, what are we going to do? It's a troll.
How strong can it be?
Carlio said he's not wearing any weapons and no armor.
He tore the face and stomach out of the elves outside. I'm assuming that those look like claw marks.
Well,
We have two options. We can complete our mission, or we can go home.
we can attack. He has no armor. So, how big did you say this guy was, Alex?
Height-wise, maybe
Yeah.
about just under 10 feet.
Just under 10 feet. Crap.
Bulk-wise, hard to say. Several hundred pounds easily.
Hmm.
Probably like maybe even like 1,000 pounds or so.
Well, I say there is 4 of us. And myself and Corleone could maybe flank him while our green backstabber friend, and you could maybe cast some, or else we try and reach an agreement, and but that doesn't seem.
Well,
I
the
don't think-
agreement is basically walk out of here and wait for 2 months. And I don't think the people back at home are going to be appreciative of that.
No.
Or we go back, tell them what we found, and bring all of them. But we got to decide something. He's going to figure something out soon. He likes us, you humans. Not so much.
What
And,
if we I say this very quietly. If one of us kicked the cauldron over, which might distract him enough so we can attack him while, or might do some, might be a source of some power or something. Although I did notice he said that there was several cauldrons.
Well, I mean, I'm not kicking over a cauldron. It's obviously bigger than me.
Well,
Well, let's ask him what the other cauldrons are.
Excuse me, sir. Did you say multiple cauldrons?
What?
Did you say there's more than one of these?
This is the first cauldron.
Where's the second cauldron?
and the third.
You have forgotten much. This was the first of its kind.
Oh, okay. Guys, I don't think we're gonna find out where the rest of the cauldrons are, if there are. This is the first of its kind. So, do we want to push it over and attack the troll and possibly live? Maybe.
This guy is giving me the creeps, honestly. But if he's saying what he's saying is true, he might be making a huge mistake here.
So, if back to the big giant troll, if the god keeps having nightmares, is he going to wake up sooner?
Yes.
Okay. Back to the people. Quiet. Guys, I'd much rather face a troll than a god. Thoughts? Suggestions?
Well, we can't trust him per se. But I've no wish to kill an old creature like this. However, as we can't find an impasse, we're now at an impasse. What if I moved to attack him, myself and Curly, or one of you push over the cauldron? and then we see what happens from there.
He's going to attack us. That's what's going to happen.
Well, obviously, the changeling's going to have to push over the cauldron.
Me? No.
Okay, alternative. I'll push over the cauldron, or maybe Corleone can, and we'll distract him. Are we in agreement, or do we want to?
Waited long enough. Step out of the darkness. I see you.
We have a sword slit, by the way.
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
You hear a voice behind you going, Lejas el azar para ti nahai.
In their language, so they understand.
As you wish, Ancient One. Shall speak the human tongue then. In this place, way beyond human means. Corrupted by the very presence of two of their kind. There's a flicker of blue light, and you can see 5 figures appearing like of nowhere, standing close to the entrance. Elves. 4 of them holding spears and bows, bow in one hand, spear in the other, and the 5th slightly ahead, taller than the others by a good head and shoulders higher, also holding a spear, a bow on his back, but also holding what looks to be a candle of all things in his hand. And that's where the blue light is coming from. The candle burns with a bright blue flame. They step forth, and you see white faces with soulless, black, wide eyes, long silver hair falling back on the shoulders. They're all dressed in this silken armor. However, the leader, his armor is of way higher quality. It's thicker made and very finely interwoven with gold and silver. And he says, "We bring greetings. The greetings of the Pure One. Keeper. We greet you, mighty Oranax.
Speak your mind. I have no desire for your prattle.
As you wish, Keeper. You slain 2 of our brothers.
They were interfering with my work.
We are aware of your work, Keeper. My name is Kelkeriel. The Pure One has sent me. I am sorry to say that your work has to stop. The Pure One has declared it so. You see the muscles under the troll's hide tense, like large ropes.
Do these guys look like Dragoul to us?
No.
Okay,
I mean,
the
a
description.
little bit, because they're pale, but that's what elves are. They have white skin, nearly white skin.
Right.
He has no power here.
The Pure One's dominion encasts all the lands of Davokar. You know this, Keeper. We are his hands, his eyes and ears, his fingers, and his blades if necessary. There is no need for a confrontation here. stop what you are doing, leave this place, and you can take the first cauldron with you. The keeper has no desire to take it out of your hands. However, you are sending forth tendrils, and that cannot be tolerated.
Does your precious pure one know what I am doing? What he presumes to interfere with?
I do not presume to speak for the pure one and about his mind, what he thinks to know and what he does not think to know. I obey his commands.
How can someone so old at the same time be so blind? Speak then, Kel Keriel of the elven folk. What is it that shall happen here? And know that I will not give up my work.
I have no desire to end your life. But if there is no other choice, then we shall do so. We shall take the cauldron with us, whether you desire or not. And we shall cleanse the taint of corruption that has been brought. And he looks over to you. By these ones, this holy place. The dreams will go on undisturbed. As the Pure One has decreed, so it shall be.
I see.
Troll looks over to you.
Have you heard? They will cut you away as well.
And he slowly stretches out his arms, and you can see his massive claws curling, scratching across the ground as he moves slowly past the cauldron and stops in between the cauldron and the elves. Crouching down on the ground, both arms are stretched out to the sides, claws curled.
So be it. The Pure One will find your heads somewhere in the forest if he chooses to look for them.
The leader of the elves nods, puts his candle slowly down onto the ground, steps up, takes its bow out. Two of the elves present their spears, the other two notch arrows. And the two of the spears slowly start moving towards the troll.
And none of them are going for us, right?
Not at the moment, no. They seem to be ignoring you.
I didn't hear. They said they would cut us down too?
You're not quite sure.
I didn't quite hear that either, but
Yeah, neither did I. Well, guys, I'm inclined to leave, and I am inclined to trust the elves more than the show.
And Troll just starts running towards the elves. And we are in combat. But you what you wish to do.
who's the troll going for?
Straight for the elves.
Okay. I think I'll scoot round and have a look at that
The
cauldron.
elven leader will instantly raise his bow and take a shot at the troll. Straight across the cavern. Yeah, the troll is not difficult to hit. The arrow strikes him in the chest, actually. And now I need dice. Despite everything that Symbaroum said, lies, all lies. Let's see. And it does actually manage to pierce the troll hide. The troll continues to run. Styx, your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna. I really don't know what to do, Alex.
Well,
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna take my initiative and I'm gonna wait.
all right. The elves. 2 of them are running towards the troll. The other 2 open fire with their bows as well. Yeah, all 4 of them hit the troll. 2 of them leaping forward, stabbing in. And stabbing twice each, actually. And you can see one of the spears just breaks, just skids across the troll hide. Nothing. One of the arrows breaks. The other arrow and the spear, however, find purchase, cutting into the troll's flesh. Carlio, who just waits, spear out and like tense, looking around. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing?
I am.
Conrad,
Not money. Who's Styx is waiting.
Yeah.
Can I look at the?
Yeah.
Can I go over to this cauldron? Like run over?
It will take you 2 turns, but yes, you can.
Okay.
So you're running towards it.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. At this point, I'll follow him.
All right. All right. Which means Styx, your initiative is now the same as Conrad's.
All right.
That's how like holding your turn goes. You can, and that means it stays for the whole battle. Are you okay with that? Okay.
Yep. Good with that.
All right. Illitran.
Yes, I'm going to shout to my comrades, don't disturb the cauldron, and then I'm going to cast Storm Arrow.
All right.
And one of them is going to shoot at the troll.
Okay.
And there is no saving throw for that. Up to 5 with a successful resolute
Well,
check.
first you need to roll a
Resolute check to
resolute check to activate the spell.
which
Works.
I do.
Yep.
And then to reduce the corruption.
Yes. Corruption.
Yes.
Which works, just barely.
My other temporary has gone away. At
Yes.
this point. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, and that's 1d4, I think. Here, storm arrow, 1d6.
So what does that mean? 3 arrows?
No, it's just 3 damage. 1 arrow, 3 damage. I can shoot 1 arrow each
Oh,
time.
okay. Yeah, the arrow flies through the air and just breaks at the troll's hide without doing anything.
Okay.
He doesn't even notice. Okay, the troll turn now. You can see some of the wounds on the troll start closing. The blood flow slows down.
Uh-oh.
And he will unleash 2 blows against the 2 elves in melee range with him. He will... Yeah, he will strike through once. And as he hits the elf, you can just see the troll claw going straight through the elf's chest and ripping him apart with one massive swing. The elf just says, "Ah!" And his top part of the body is removed from the bottom part. And one arm and the elf's head fly through the air with a fountain of blood. And the troll also turns and just gives this snarl at Conrad and Styx as you're running past him towards the cauldron. Calcariel will take another shot at the troll, moving in closer and missing actually. The arrow flies past the troll, hitting somewhere way behind him, the wall. The elves, the 3 remaining ones, the one with the spear is stabs and leaps backwards. And yeah, manages to evade the troll's attack of opportunity. with his acrobatics. But the attack itself does nothing. The troll completely ignores it. The other two moving backwards a little, keeping to shoot arrows into the troll. And they both miss, funnily enough, even though the troll is a massive beast. But they're too perturbed by the sudden death of one of their comrades with one single troll claw blow. And they both miss their shots. Carlio is now following you, basically. Conrad and Styx just running after you. And it is now Styx's turn. Or you want to let Conrad go first? That's up to you.
We're still running. I mean, are we going to reach the cauldron this time? Or
this turn, you will reach the cauldron.
And I can't see in it, right?
No, not without like jumping and like pushing yourself, pulling yourself over.
Okay, I'm going to run. I'm going to jump and grab.
Yeah. Give me a
I want to
quick check.
That's a fail.
You try to grab the side of the cauldron, but it is a very, very smooth, and you don't find proper purchase, and you fall back down, basically. Just now standing right in front of the cauldron.
Okay.
That's your turn, pretty much. Connor.
Yeah, well, I presume I'm just after Styx, but seeing him trying to scramble up, I kind of, as I get to the cauldron, I just lift him up so we can both see him.
You're holding your axe.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of try it. Yeah, I kind of.
But I mean, he's not like he's 5 pounds. I mean, he's still a medium-sized creature. But yeah, you can try. Give me a strong check.
Well, I'll put the axe down against the cauldron and I'll lift him up.
Okay. You grab him with both hands, you lift him up, and you can now both basically look into the cauldron.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, perfect.
And what you see inside is this very thick-looking liquid, this sort of blackish-green liquid slowly swirling around. You see several, what looks to be some sort of, you're not quite sure, like dried herbs or something, just swimming up at the top.
Okay, cool.
What's your character's name?
You might want to eventually write that down. I mean,
Yeah.
Too late now. His name is Conrad, like Conrad with an extra A, basically.
I keep wanting to call him Connor, and I know that's not right. Okay. If this thing is the nightmares of a god, I'm almost thinking we should dip our weapons in it and then stab the troll. Can't hurt, right?
Yeah, make it up. Should we push it? Should we push it over?
Yeah, you're gonna have to drop me, but yeah, we can push it over eventually next round.
Okay.
Yeah,
but dipping weapons sounds quite dangerous.
Yes. Yeah. As a free action, an arrow is going to shoot at him.
At the troll?
4 damage.
Shatters against its hide again.
Jesus Christ. Okay, and then I'm going to cast Bend Will. Resolute check.
Against the troll?
Yep.
Okay, his resolute is... So that's a -4. That's a success. You take corruption?
Yes, all right. Resolute. Nope. So 1d4.
Yep.
Jesus
3
Christ.
points. So that's in how many in total?
7 out of 8.
Oh, okay. It's good. It just means your chances are higher to succeed in spells, right?
Yeah, they're really high now.
What level of bend will do you have?
The first level.
Okay.
So let's see here. The mystic can seize control of a creature will by making a successful blah blah. The control is considered active until the mystic breaks. The control creature can only perform 1 action each turn and cannot use any active abilities or powers.
All right.
Okay.
All right. And it is the troll's turn now. What do you want him to do as he regenerates the rest of the damage?
Can I make him stab himself with his claws?
I'd say no.
Okay, yeah. Then he's going to go over and trip over the the cauldron.
Okay. He lumbers over. Actually, you only can make him like one action this turn, right?
Yeah, one action. Okay, yeah.
But you cannot trip the cauldron. So he moves over to the cauldron.
Yep.
You can feel like he's throwing his will against it, trying to fight it off. Just moving closer and closer. Now standing next to Styx and Conrad. That was the troll's turn. Well, the elf will take another. The elven leader, Cariel, will take another shot. Miss again. Wow. Oh, just give me a second. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay.
All right. While he's gone,
Yeah.
Conrad.
Fucking Alex for these goddamn moral quandaries.
Are we gonna like just push this over? I thought. What do you think?
I mean, I don't have a better plan. I really don't.
Okay, cool.
We're not really damaging the troll all that much. My thought is if we pour it out.
I mean, like, this thing that I'm throwing at him is not very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, hello. Yes.
Continuing onwards.
Nothing going on here.
The elves, well, they're all three of them are now shooting arrows at the troll. Not quite sure what's going on, but they are taking their chances while the troll is not slaughtering them. And yeah, they're all 3 hits. And 2 of them actually deal damage. As arrows are stuck in the troll's back now. Carlia will, well, he's just standing there like, looking at the troll with his spear out, getting ready to stab him if necessary. As he doesn't really know what's going on. I mean,
yeah.
Conrad and Styx, so Styx first.
Conrad, I guess we're gonna try. You're gonna have to drop me.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I kind of. Yeah. I think I dropped you last round. I think if Alex said, yeah. So.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna
coordinate efforts and tip over the cauldron.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both give me a strong check.
Okay. Please.
-6. That's a very heavy cauldron.
-6. 11.
Yeah, not for me.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah.
1 second. Sorry, strong. I get an 11. Oh, -6.
Yep.
Oh, no way. No way. Yeah, no.
You're pushing. This thing is moving a little bit, but it's extremely heavy.
Carlio, help!
Elitran, see if you can uphold the concentration on the spell. Oh, no, not the concentration, well, the spell anyway.
Yep.
But that's a resolute check with a -4 again. Yes, it is a success. All right. And you can also do other things if you want to.
Yep. I'm gonna use my free action to shoot the arrow. I have 2 arrows.
Oh, also I think do you have to roll for the arrows as well if you can uphold
No.
that, or is that just automatically upheld?
It's just to create the 5 arrows, basically.
Okay.
And then I can shoot 1 as a free action each turn until they're out.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Were you shooting at the troll again?
Yep.
Bing! Nothing.
What the fuck? Okay.
It's a troll.
I'm just gonna like shout, "Elves, what do you want us to do?"
Okay.
And yep.
It is now Ornak's turn.
Yep. And he's still controlled.
Yes.
And he's going to try like tip this over himself.
Okay.
Yep.
He grabs the cauldron and tips it over, and the whole this liquid comes pouring out onto him and onto the ground, and also hitting Conrad and Styx, who are standing nearby a little bit, at least like on the legs, so to speak.
Sorry.
The liquid is weirdly warm, but not unpleasant as such. You don't feel anything weird. Well, except for a slight tingling sensation.
feel good.
Yeah, Kelkariel will just kill the creature. Kill it. Kill the troll. And we'll take another shot at the troll. Oh, who also regenerated, of course. His turn. And the elves, the arrow just breaks in the troll's hide. The elves are just now shooting a whole storm of missiles at the troll that is not resisting, just like yeah, they all hit, and none of them deals damage.
Oh god.
Troll hide is way too thick for elven arrows, or so it seems. Carleo will like, are we attacking him?
Yes.
Then we'll go in for a stab. And we'll hit, yeah. And he actually probably deals damage because he deals a little more damage than the elven arrows. Let's see, that is a 9. Yep, that deals damage.
I'm about to get permanent
Stabs the troll in the leg. Conrad and Styx. Both of you give me a resolute check with a -5.
Minus.
Oh dear God.
Oh god. I get a 10. I presume I resolute. That is no, it's definite fail.
You both fail?
Yep.
All right, Conrad and Styx. You both take 4 permanent corruption.
Cool. Okay, 4 permanent.
What is your guys' corruption threshold?
4.
Where is that? Where it says? Sorry, where is that?
It should be at the very top of your character sheet, next to your wounds, next to your toughness.
Sorry.
It's right across from your race and your occupation. You'll see maximum and then corruption threshold.
I got corruption and then PA leadership.
There's 2 numbers there. One of them is corruption. The other one says threshold. Above your stats on your character sheet.
Yeah, no, I mean the corruption is 7. The threshold, there's PA.
What
LD.
corruption says 0, right? There should be a 0 on your character sheet.
Yeah, there's a 0 here.
Yes, and then there's another one that's below that where it says threshold.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Threshold is half the resolution.
What is your resolute?
7.
So your resolute is 14?
No, my resolute is 13.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, round it up, that's right. So yeah, you are fine for now. However, you feel this tingling freaking through your body, and your heart starts beating faster, even faster than now, and there's a weird warmth filling you. However, Styx, you feel the same tingling, but for you it turns to cold. And as the cold starts moving through your body like a wave, going through one arm, then through the other, to the chest. And the cold becomes more and more intense and turns into sharp pain, as if the cold is taking a hold of your very bones. Let's see what happens. What the heck? Where is this?
What is the threshold when you turn into a abomination?
Your resolute.
Okay, so 8. No,
Okay.
15.
So-
15, right.
Styx, the skin on your left shoulder breaks open with a sound, like a big pus popping. And you can see blood starting to flow down your shoulder. Blood mixed with like slime. Sort of ichor flowing down your shoulder. It is quite painful and it stinks, even to you. You take 1 point of toughness. You lose 1 point of toughness from this. Conrad, you can act this turn. Styx, you're busy just staring at this and just sort of shivering.
I will raise my axe and hit the troll in the neck.
All right. The troll's defense is +4, so you add +4 to your attack, which means it's nearly impossible for you to miss.
I get a 2.
That is a success. Roll damage.
Here we go. Come on. 11 on the 12, 13 in total.
Wow. Nice.
11 on the D12.
Your axe chops into the troll's neck, cutting into muscles, and you rip it out, and a lot of bright red blood, shockingly bright red, starts pouring out of the wound. Iltran, let's see if you can keep control of the troll.
Thankfully, I have just the thing to deal with trolls. Larvae boy. The effect is automatic the first turn. Yep. Okay, so he just takes 1d4 damage, ignores armor.
What? Now, first you
Larvae
need to
boil ignores damage, so he just takes 3 damage now.
From what is this?
Larvae boil.
Did you roll all the other checks that you need to roll before this happens?
It's not a check. It
You have
happens automatically the first turn.
Every
and then
spell you cast, you have to roll a resolute check to activate the spell.
Nope.
That's basic rules. Yeah, there is.
The effect is automatic the first turn, then continues until the
Yes.
next thing.
You still have to cast the spell, and that casting the spell is always
Okay.
a resolute check.
Okay. Well,
I
then
know.
I'm doing that. And it's
Yes, it automatic the first turn. For every second turn, you have to roll to see if the effect occurs.
yes.
Yes, exactly. So the first turn, you don't have to roll to see if the effect occurs, but you still have to
Yes.
cast the spell.
Right. Okay.
And you also take corruption, of course.
Yeah. And he took 3 damage, by the way.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm at my threshold.
Cool. Which means you also take a stigma. Anyway, but first roll me a resolute check -4 to see if you still uphold concentration and can force your will upon the troll. No.
I can't use that.
No, that's just for casting the spell.
Yeah.
Not for all the other checks involved with the spell.
Yeah.
The troll finally breaks free, or an axe.
Uh-oh.
And it is now his turn. He will look down, look around, just let this out, then turn to Ilitran and run straight for you. So, which means, however, it triggers 3 attacks of opportunity from Styx. Carly, actually, Styx, you don't have weapons drawn at the moment, I'm afraid. So,
But I've got acrobatics.
what?
Acrobatics allow me to, or I'm not acrobatics. I'm sorry, quick draw. I can make a test against quick and unsheath it as a free action.
I'm not sure if you can use that outside of your turn, though.
That's true.
So
I
I'd say
would say probably not.
it's hard to say, but I'd say no. I think that's just like meant to like quicken up your turn, so you don't use a move action.
That works.
I don't think you can use it outside of your turn. However, Carlia and Conrad, you can very well strike at the troll.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Carlia hits definitely as it runs away. Oh, it also regenerates stuff.
Okay.
The Carlia spear lashes out, hits it in the back, doesn't sink in very deeply, but it does manage to penetrate the armor.
By the way, I have to roll a resolute check against permanent corruption. Since I could pass the threshold.
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
Oh, yes, you get 1d4 permanent corruption. You're right.
Yeah, so I'm going to roll resolute against it.
Are you sure you can do that?
Yes, it's against every corruption, but I failed, so...
So it's not just spell-based corruption, it's every corruption?
I could double check.
I mean, I don't know. Anyway.
The sorcerer can reduce. Yep, it's just corruption.
Okay. Conrad.
Yes, I'd like to, again, try and hit this guy in the back.
Okay.
I get a 4.
Yeah, that's a hit.
So that's a hit.
Roll that.
Damage 6 plus 4 on the D4, so that's 10.
Nice. Okay, the troll, despite taking a stab to the back and a cut across the leg, at the back of the leg, he continues running, jumps over at Iltran and just slashes down with both claws. And this, you can see this madness, pure red madness in his eyes. Give me 2 defenses. Troll's attack is -3, so you're rolling your defense with -3.
Okay, so that's a fail.
Did you already roll?
And the second one was a success.
When did you roll that? I didn't even see that.
Just now.
Oh, okay. It takes a while for me to show up for some reason. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the first one deals 13 points of damage.
And I'm dead.
So you can reduce it with your armor.
Oh, right, yeah.
So you might survive.
Well, I'm dead. I can't reduce it enough to survive.
Okay, cool. So, well, you're not dead technically. You're just on the ground and really fucked up as a troll claw just streaks through your chest. And you instantly lose consciousness. Flung through the air like a rag doll and hitting the ground. Kilcariel will continue firing at the troll. Yep, hits. And will deal nice damage. The troll takes an arrow through the throat. Still standing, but quite severely injured. Lakash! Anything! And the elves continue shooting, moving in, shooting their arrows, the other 3 elves that are still alive, trying to finish the troll off. And they all 3 hit. 2 arrows shatter on his skin. One of them streaks through, hitting him in the other side of the neck. But the troll is still somehow standing. This ancient life force not giving in, stumbling and dropping down to his knees, shattering the arrows and just breaking them in his claws. Carlio will run in, trying to stab the troll, and actually has 2 attacks because of his spear mastery. Manages to miss one. And the other one just bounces off the armor, doing nothing. Conrad and Styx. Styx, you're up first.
All right, I'm gonna try and use quick draw to draw 1 weapon as a free action.
Go for it.
And that's a fail. So I'll use my free action to draw a dagger, or not free action. I'm sorry, my
move action.
Other action. Yeah. And then I'm going to throw it at the troll.
Excellent. Yes, you have your steel throw.
Yep.
Go for it.
So let's see.
Oh yeah.
Success, and because I have that steel throw, they do D8s.
Yes.
6 damage.
It skitters across the armor and ricochets off. Conrad.
Yeah, I'm just running, hefting my axe. I'm gonna try and bring it down on him. I did say the word.
Turns.
So I hit technically.
Yeah,
well,
you definitely hit. Yeah.
Oh God.
More damage.
5 and 8.
And that is exactly enough to kill him.
No! Oh, brilliant. Well, oh God.
All right. So, how do you finish him? Describe me the killing blow.
Okay. I run. I jump in the air, bringing my axe right past my head, or right past my head, and just swing it forward as I land, cleaving, just basically chopping his head off like a toast rack, just like a slicing.
Your axe sinks in deep, but the axe muscles are too thick. You can't cut all the way through. However, it cuts through nearly halfway, and then hits basically the spine, the top of the spine, and stops there. And the troll reaches up to grab your face with its claws, but somewhere along the way, its eyes break, and its massive strength with a bright stream of red liquid breaks as well. Like a small mountain falling, hits the ground. You're still sort of standing on its chest. Illitran, roll me a d20.
Yep. Be one, please be one, please be one. Yes! Yes!
Wow. All right. You're back up. You open your eyes. You are in a lot of pain at the moment. But
yep. I am going to pull an elixir of
roll
life.
D4.
A D4.
Yes. You cannot do anything this turn.
Okay. Well, it's
And
one.
you're up with 1 toughness.
Okay.
So, but your turn is skipped. You're just like, and look down on your chest and see this bloody mess. But you're still alive. The elven leader looks around and comes walking over to the troll, nods to his people who are moving in and just stab the troll a couple more times to make sure it's dead. Carlio just standing there, spear up, and he's like, is it over? Conrad and Six.
I'll run over to our gutted mage and use my elixir of life on him.
Hey!
Nice.
That's 1d6, right?
The thing is, yeah, now that's gonna be funny. Elixir of life is not
I know,
without its side effects.
corruption. The corruption. If I'm going to be corrupted, someone else is too.
Yeah, well, he's already on his way. Don't worry.
Listen, I'm at 10 corruption.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Well, anyway, so you gain regenerative powers as this elixir is poured down your throat. You feel the magic running through you, and you realize, oh shit, that might be too much magic. As you already feel like it burst, your body is nearly filled to bursting with this magic coursing around everywhere. Okay, well, we'll roll it next turn. Oh, you'll roll it for yourself on your next turn. Conrad, your turn.
Well, considering my axe is still in this guy's neck, I would like to decapitate him. Just stand on my iron shaft and push it down and...
You manage to cut through the troll's head and lying there, the mouth wide open, tongue rolling out. Illitran, now it is your turn. So,
Right.
roll me a d6.
4.
4. So, this is the first turn. You gain 1d6 toughness.
Yep.
And 1 corruption.
Right. 11 corruption.
Cool.
So, Ilitran is just gonna, like, start hysterically laughing to himself on the floor.
And regenerate 1d6 toughness.
Yep. Yeah, he has done that.
Okay. Kelkeriel, the elven leader, looks around and says, Minas, Finasal, Kelet. And we'll take a shot at Conrad.
Dirty. Oh, that.
Roll me a defense roll with -5.
-5 is sorry, roll the d12 there. 8. Yeah, no.
Yep. The arrow takes you.
Yeah.
Roll. Oh, he ignores armor. You don't get to roll armor. He shoots you straight where the buckle of the shoulder protector meets the chest plate.
Yeah.
Cut straight through there, and you feel the arrow piercing. You take 5 damage.
Oh, my.
The other elves, one of them goes for Styx, one of them goes for Illitran, and one of them goes for you, Conrad. And actually, sorry, one of them goes for Carlio, one of them goes for Styx, and one of them goes for you, Conrad. Opening fire. Actually, they're going in with their spears now. So I'll roll for Carlia, who actually managed to block the elf's attack and will return a stab at the elf instantly with his mastery. And will hit the elf. But sadly, it's not a lot of damage. The elf just takes a very glancing blow from the spear. Then we have one attack against Styx. So that is their attack is a 0. So you are fine. Once more, Styx's quick feet and his dancer-like abilities save him from damage. And one against Conrad. So just as a 0 defense roll with 0 modifier.
So yeah, 11. So
that is a fail.
Yeah.
Roll armor.
Armor. That's 1d8. Sorry. Forgot it was in. Oh, where's my d8 when you need them? Ah, here we go.
Never had to roll armor before. This whole adventure?
Yeah, no, this is the first.
Well, let's hope it's not the last.
Okay. I roll a 6.
Okay, the elf stabs through your defenses, but his spear does not manage to penetrate your armor. You ignore the attack. And then both the elf facing Styx and the elf facing Conrad will take a leap backwards and just pointing the spears at you as they're jumping out of your range. You cannot provoke it. That does not provoke attacks of opportunity. That was the elf's turn. Kalia will stab at his elf. Traitors! He shouts out. Stabs the elf. Yep, totally does. And another very superficial blow. That was Carlia's turn. Conrad. Oh, sorry, Styx. Styx, you're up first.
Okay, I'm going to try and use quick draw again.
All right.
Still no. So I pull out another dagger as my movement action and throw it at an elf.
Sure. Their defense is a -3. Still a hit. The elf tries to dodge out of the way, but your blade finds its target. 6 damage. Nice.
6.
It buries itself in the elf's arm as he raises it up to protect. The blade is stuck now there. Conrad.
Well, is it possible that I can swing my axe into someone?
You can attack the elf, sure. However, as you move closer, he will take a stab at you. Because he has a spear weapon.
Well, I haven't got... well, I have to...
Actually, before you move, give me a strong -5 check.
Strong.
Yes. The pain of the elven leader's arrow is so strong that you nearly fall over from it.
Well, I get a 4, so...
That is a success. You shake it off, the pain, and you can act normally.
I would like to... well, if I'm gonna shoot... Ray, try and hit this guy with my axe.
Who are you attacking?
The closest elf.
Okay, go in. Go for
it. Here we go. 16. Bugger.
That is their defense is a -3, so you would get your strength -3. That would be a 12. But so you miss. The elf ducks under your blade. The axe cuts through the air. Still, the troll blood on it just splatters across the air. Illitran.
Yep.
At the moment, you regenerate 1d6 health and take 1 more corruption.
On health. Great.
All right.
Resolve check.
What are you rolling?
How much corruption?
1. Just 1. You don't need to roll. It's just 1 corruption every turn you regenerate.
What corruption was I at? Fuck.
I think you were at 11?
Yes, okay, so I have 6 permanent corruption.
So that must be 12 now.
Yep. And I am 3 away from becoming an abomination.
That's cool.
How long does this elixir last?
You will see.
Right, great. Yeah, the guy in front of me is going to have a vent wheel thrown at him.
There's no elf in front of you. You're the only one being ignored. There's only 4 elves in total.
Okay, I thought you said someone ran at me.
No, yet I changed my mind because I forgot there was Carlio there as well.
Okay, so one of the elves, whichever is closest to me.
Well, they're all kind of the same distance except for a
The one next to Carlio.
Okay. What are you doing?
Vent wheel.
Okay.
His resolute.
That his resolute is +1 actually.
So -1 then.
No. +1 to you. His resolute is 9.
Okay. Well. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna.
Nope. You still take corruption from this attempt to cast a spell.
No, it's only. Oh, right. Yeah,
No,
I do.
every attempt to cast a spell.
Yeah, I was thinking of the wrong thing. Well,
Well, you only take 1.
2 away. I'm basically fucked now. I'm not gonna run.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna walk a little bit away.
Sorry.
I'm gonna walk like a little bit away so that I know that they can't like reach me in a single
Sure.
dash.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cariel will take the elven leader will take another shot at Conrad. Actually, no, he will shoot at Carlio this turn. Minus, yeah, he hits, and Carlio takes 5 damage.
Ow.
And the other elves are attacking the 3 of you with their spears. Sorry, you're rolling. Sorry, my bad. I'm so used to D&D. So Conrad, Styx, and Carlio all need to roll me a defense check with -3. Sorry, defense check with just 0 modifier. Carlio succeeds. He parries the attack.
I get a 10.
That is a fail, I believe. What's your defense?
Okay. What are you doing the
bottom of the first page of the character sheet with the armor.
Sticks is fine.
Once more.
There's something strange. Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. Sometimes the sheet kind of disappears a bit on my bit of PDF where you just double click. Yeah, no, that is a fail. Yeah.
But roll me the armor.
Oh yeah.
You're trying to parry the elf blow, but he's too fast.
4.
However, again, you do not he does not manage to penetrate your armor. You are still okay. That was the elf's turn, which means we have Carlio, who will strike back at his elf. Yes, he will hit. Yeah, and he will actually kill his elf. He ducks under the elf's spear, and then lunges forward with his own spear, piercing the elf's stomach, twisting it and ripping it out. The elf just goes and falls over. Well, there's only 3 elves standing. Conrad or Styx, whoever wants the first turn, doesn't really matter.
Go ahead, Styx.
All right, I'm going to use quick draw again.
Sure. Maybe you'll manage finally. No.
No. All right.
At least you're defending everything.
I pull another dagger and throw it at an elf.
The same elf, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yep. No, this time he parries it away with his spear. He's figured out your trick now.
Okay.
Conrad.
Well, again, I will try and shoot my axe forward into some soft flesh.
Go for it with a -3.
A minus what, sorry?
-3. So it should be a 12 or less.
Yeah, I got 10, so that is a hit then.
That is a hit, yeah. Roll damage.
Finally.
Yeah, this elf is untouched.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully 8 in total.
Okay.
4. Yeah.
You whack him across the arm. He managed to shift out of the way at the very last moment, but you do leave behind a fairly heavily bleeding wound on his arm, like on his biceps muscle, basically.
Yeah, cool.
Illitran, you regenerate another d6 toughness and take another corruption.
So, right, I'm at
Roll
14
1d6.
corruption.
You regenerate 2 toughness.
Right, so here's I'm going to describe the scene here now. So Illitran is basically just like cackling at the top of his lungs, and I'm going to cast Brimstone Cascade into one of the elves.
Of course you are. Which one?
That's just closest one.
There is one guy fighting Styx, there's one guy fighting Conrad, and there is the leader standing a bit further away, just picking off people with his bow so far.
The one fighting Conrad.
Okay.
And Resolute.
Let's see if you succeed with the spell.
Yep, I do.
Spell comes.
And he takes 6 damage.
He takes 6 damage, and that does not ignore armor, right? That's just straight up. But yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yep.
And then it bounces.
No, it's not bounce.
That's not.
You have to beat Resolute versus Quick, right?
Right, yes, of course.
So, no.
Right, and I'm at my threshold.
Cool. So now, laughing and just like shooting out a large flaming streak of fire, hitting one of the elves who stumbles backwards, burning and nearly dead, in a lot of pain. That was the one fighting you, Conrad, by the way.
Thank you.
And then drops down to his knees and just starts shaking and opens his mouth wide, impossibly wide. His black veins start growing under his skin. One of his eyes pops out, becomes bigger, and you can see his bones structure shifting with this disgusting sound as large claws start breaking through his fingers, and at the back of his hands and arms, there's bone spikes protruding out, and he slowly gets back up, looking around through jet black eyes now, with several large teeth like needles in his skull. Yep, that was Illitran, who is now turned into an abomination. So adding another monster to the mix, sure, why not?
It's not permanent.
That's permanent. You cannot turn back to that.
Oh, that's a shame. So your character's essentially gone.
Yeah. It is. Well, as far as you guys know, it is permanent. There might be, but maybe there might not be. But anyway, that was Illitran for now, which means we have Calcariel, who will turn at the abomination, spit out, and take a shot at it. And yeah, will very much hit. What's your armor? You had D4, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, that's still there, sort of half torn, but it's still protecting you. Which means your abomination takes... Oh, doesn't take any damage. The arrow pierces through the armor, but in the state of transforming, the arrow doesn't do anything. The elves, now getting a little desperate. The one with the spear, the burning one, lashes out towards Conrad. The other one will actually drop his spear, draw a bow and arrow, and take a shot now at Styx. So both of you roll me a defense with, so Styx, for you it is -5. For Conrad, it's just 0.
9. So
wow,
it's a fail.
Yeah, you do get take a shot, but Styx once more the arrow and just like Matrix style.
Brilliant.
This guy is untouchable. This goblin is untouchable. Conrad, roll me armor.
Yes. 8. 6. Cool.
No damage.
Sweet.
Once more, the elven spear scrapes across your armor. Your chainmail cannot penetrate it.
Ah, take that.
Okay. Carlio's turn. So he will now go and help Conrad, and misses the elf, sadly, with his spear. Conrad, your turn. Oh, sorry, Styx, your turn.
Quick draw again. Let's see if it works.
How many
No.
Oh.
Okay. I'm going to draw another dagger and throw it
Sure.
at the elf that tried to shoot me.
Yep.
No.
Once the elf does the same thing you did, just like whoosh, dodging out of the way as the arrow. You're like standing like 10 feet from each other, just like shooting and throwing shit at each other, unable to hit. The elf's face is just this grimace of hate now, as he's trying to hit you and just can't. Conrad.
Well, sorry, I'll try and again shunt my axe forward into this guy's belly.
This guy's heavily injured, burning and everything.
Oh, okay, well, I rolled a 4. So...
That's a hit, and he's dead.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
even read to roll damage. You can't roll a little enough damage for him to survive.
Okay, cool.
You chop another elf down. Only 2 elves left standing.
Come on, you scum!
Abomination will now turn and start running towards you guys because you're, well, Conrad and Carlio, because you're the closest enemies. And you see this face that was once Iltran just shifting and one eye bulging, and there's a little bit of like movement on his face if he's trying to change form but can't quite. But it's not quite there yet. It will run towards you, but it does not quite get there. Kelkariel, the elven leader, now seeing that the abomination is attacking you and that you're killing his friends, will take a shot at you, Conrad. That is a defense with -5.
Oh, God. I can't. No, 18. No way.
You take 5 points of damage.
Yeah, no armor, right?
Yep, he ignores armor. He has marksmanship on master level, which means he ignores armor with ranged attacks.
That is so I've just, that's 10 damage in total.
Yes. Which
So-
means you have 5 toughness left, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no damage.
Ow! Got 2 big arrows sticking out of my
Yeah,
chest.
exactly. Well, the last elf will take another shot at Styx. Maybe he'll hit you eventually. So that's a dodge with -5. No, Styx is untouchable. This is incredible. This goblin is like the deadliest ninja fighter of all times, basically. Never look down on goblins. Never. Although
That's
you can't
right.
help but do it, but that's like physical. That was the elves. Carlio turns, sees the abomination coming, and just says, I'll take care of him, and stands like in the way of the abomination, getting his spear ready to receive it, so to speak. Actually, no, he has adept. He can move in, and it gets 2 attacks. Because for him, it doesn't matter who moves. If he moves into contact or the enemy moves into contact. Because he's cool like that. Yep, that is 1 hit against the abomination. That was once Iltran. Ooh, and the abomination takes 5 points of damage. How much health did you have, Iltran, when you transformed?
8.
Okay, well.
I hope you like my gift, guys.
I have 3. And the spear pierces the abomination's arm and is ripped back out again. Conrad. Oh, sorry, Styx.
Quick draw again. Ha!
Wow, that means you'll get hit next turn.
But this time, instead of drawing my knife, I'm going to draw one of my swords. Then I'm going to use my other action to draw my other sword. So now my defense goes up by 1.
Shit.
And I'm going to attack Arrow Elf.
Go for it.
And I get 2 attacks.
You do, yes. Twin attack.
That one fails.
Yep, -3 is his defense.
That one works.
Yep, roll damage.
7.
7. Oof. You run him through, but he's somehow still alive, despite bleeding profusely and barely holding on. But still alive. And from the looks of his face, he's unwilling to back down from a goblin, even though he's heavily injured. And the goblin's like, fine. Conrad.
Can I attack that elf?
You can,
move and attack? Yeah. Okay.
You won't be able to flank him quite. You would you don't have to go run all the way around him, but you can get to him for sure.
Okay.
That is the attack with -3, so 12 or less is what you need to hit.
Yeah. So that I got a 5. So that's
Hits. Yeah. Roll damage.
Yeah, that's and here we go. Come on. Oh God, yes. 11 and 4. That's 13. My gosh.
Mm-hmm. That would have killed him even if he had full health, and he wasn't full health. So, Sticks, you run the guy through, rip out your sword, and all of a sudden this giant axe just comes by and kicks his head off.
I think that's my best roll of the night. 11.
And that's all the elves dead except for Cariel himself. All right. That was your guy's turn. The Abomination attacking Carlio. Ooh, yeah, the Abomination hits Carlio. And Carlio shakes. Oh, shit! Carlio takes 7 points of damage.
Jesus.
Yes.
By the way, there should still have been a turn left on the elixir, right?
Yes, technically one more turn, you're right. One more turn left on the elixir, so you roll me a d6 as the Abomination regenerates once more.
Okay, good.
Cool. 5 health. Carlo is looking pretty rough now. This Abomination's claw just rips across his chest, breaking through his armor, ripping apart some of the chain of his mail, stumbling backwards. And Cariel will look straight at you, Conrad, and he will say, "You have killed too many of my brethren human," and take another shot at you, aiming straight for your face.
I'll take you as well, scum.
That is a defense roll with -5.
God, well, I might not. 13, no.
5 more damage.
Well, that's me on 0.
You fall unconscious. You see the arrow coming towards you. You shout something out, but then the arrow hits you in the cheek, pierces your mouth, and you just fall, spitting blood and gurgling down your own blood. Nearly unconscious on the ground, in a lot of pain. Conrad just dropping next to you. And Cariel says, "If I have to kill everyone here with my own hands, so be it." Carlio will take a stab at the Abomination, trying to take it down. Misses. Actually, no. Sorry. Hits, because the Abomination has shitty defense. Like, really shitty defense. And the Abomination takes 7 points of damage. And is still alive, with 1 health. However, Carlio, as he stabs the Abomination in the stomach, rips out his spear once more. There's a spurt of green as acid shoots out of the Abomination's stomach, hits Carlio in the face, and he just falls over, unconscious.
Oh no.
Okay. Sticks. You're the only one still standing except for the Abomination and the Elven Lord.
All right, so here's what Stick's going to do. He's going to use his movement to move around the elf to put the elf between him and the Abomination.
The elf is way towards the entrance. You need 2 movements to even get to him.
Oh, damn. Can I attack the Abomination?
You certainly can.
All right, 2 attacks against the Abomination.
Go for it. Both hits.
All right.
Actually, you only need the first one, probably. Roll damage to see. Okay, maybe you will need both. The first one does not deal any damage. The second one does not deal any damage either.
No!
Damn.
You're stabbing at the creature, but it just doesn't fall. Its flesh is hard. There's bones in there as well. You just can't cut through. Okay, Conrad, roll me a d20.
Okay, I got a 13.
I believe that is a fail. Okay, you are slowly starting to die. Oh, not so
Hey!
slowly, actually. Not that slowly, actually. Fairly fast. Yes, one step closer to death. The abomination will strike at Styx. Its attack is a -5. So it's pretty fast. Styx. Defense -5. Ooh, is that a success?
Nope, I have 2 weapons. It's a 16.
Right. So you parry the abomination's claw that comes down to slash your head off. Somehow you're still alive.
God bless you, Goblin.
Well, Kelkariel will actually step forward and shoot another arrow into Conrad, who's on the ground.
What a cheeky git!
Conrad just an arrow in the side. Now, this close to death. And Carlio, let's see what happens to him. He rolls a 15. That is a fail. So he's also bleeding out on the ground. Styx, your turn.
Attack the abomination again.
2 hits, of course.
Oh, let me choose the right die. 8 on the first one.
Oh, yeah. You don't need the second one. The first one finishes it. However, you need to roll me a defense check now because there's acid spurting out of the abomination's wounds. Yeah, but you duck under the acid. It spurts past you, and you slash open the throat of this creature that was once Illatran. And his pain and suffering finally ends as Illatran, the changeling, sorcerer, self-proclaimed Lord of Maggots, fall into darkness, walk too far on this path, and kind of sabotaged by a certain goblin as well.
And as he dies, the goblin looks and says, "Rest well and easy, my friend, and your stuff is mine."
I have an extra elixir of life in there.
Santa.
What? Really? Okay. Well, so much for this. And we have Kelkariel up next. No, sorry. No, Conrad up next. Let's see if you live or die.
Okay, here we go. A 14.
You're dead.
I say.
Yeah, you can. It says even the character dies, but may say some last harsh words if the player wants to.
You cowardly elvish scum with your arrows!
One last arrow comes and hits you in the throat, ending your words with a bloody
Elvish. I say.
Yep. And Kelkariel looks up to you, Styx, and says, "Only you and me, Goblin."
How about we call it even and leave?
Takes a shot at your face. Defense -5.
That's a hit.
5 damage. Straight up.
All right.
He's a tough guy, this lad.
Carlio. Oh, 10. That is... Oh, no, failed. So he is still struggling on and somehow surviving. This guy. Styx, your turn.
How far away is the elf?
About 2 movements.
Is there any place I can get to cover quickly?
I'm afraid there's only one place, and that's the troll body.
Okay. I'm going to hide behind the troll body.
Sure. You drop down into the ground and duck. Luckily, you're small because the troll body's lying on the ground, obviously. And even the troll isn't that large when he's lying on the ground. But you're small enough to find cover.
Come on, Elf. Just leave. I'll leave. It's all good. We've lost people today. We'll just leave. I'll leave the forest. It's all good. No problems here. It's
The
all
Iron
good.
Pact must be upheld. You have broken it. You have to pay the price for it.
I lost 3 friends. I think I've paid the price.
No, you have not. But let me show you what paying the price feels like. He puts away his bow, takes his spear out, comes walking towards you.
Okay.
Carlio still holds on. Sticks.
How close is he now?
1 movement.
I'll use my movement and engage.
All right. You leap over the troll's body, running at him with both blades out. As you run up, he will take a stab at you.
Okay, I'm going to roll acrobatics to see if I can avoid free attacks.
That actually does. I believe that works. Yeah, you're right. That should work against even the master level. It's just a free attack. Let me check that real quick. But I think you're right. I think you can use it like that. What's that called again? I keep forgetting.
Polearm mastery for him.
Polearm mastery. That's right. Polearm mastery. I keep forgetting. There we go. Polearm mastery. Yes, free attack. And acrobatics says to avoid free attacks from enemies in melee combat, either when trying to slip past or when attempting to withdraw. So actually, no, you can't use it, I'm afraid. It only works when trying to slip past an enemy or when attempting to... Actually, you know what? I mean, it's kind of slipping past him, technically. You're entering his reach, he's taking attacks. It's the same thing, really. So sure, go for it.
Okay. Let's see if it works. Goblin luck, hold up. Yes.
Is that a straight up quick check? Just straight up quick check, right? It's not any modifiers. Yeah? You manage to slip past his spear that shoots out, take you in the throat, but you slip past it.
All right, I'm going to roll my 2 attacks.
Go for it. His defense is a 0, actually.
The first one failed. And the second one failed.
They both fail, okay. He will leap backwards, using acrobatics as well, to get out of your range. Or actually stab you and then get out of your range. So roll a defense with -5.
That's a hit.
He finally hits you. Rolled armor. He's not ignoring armor with melee attacks, just with range attacks.
1.
You take 4 points. You still standing?
I am still standing.
All right.
1 point.
Wow. Sticks is hard. Tough to kill, this guy. And also, I need to roll for Carlia, who is still hanging on. Wow, this guy doesn't want to die. Sticks, your turn.
Okay. Is the subject to run in?
Sorry?
Which would, if I attack him, is he going to get a free attack?
Yes. So he stabbed you and jumped backwards, and as soon as you enter, he gets a free attack. That's the trick about polearm mastery and acrobatics.
Okay.
A combo, so to speak.
I'm going to use my movement to fall back once again.
Okay.
And I want to exchange one of my swords, basically drop it for a dagger.
Okay.
And then I'm going to throw the dagger.
You can do that. Go for it. His defense is 0.
That's a hit.
Roll damage.
5.
A very, very shallow cut across the side of his face. Just reaches up, touches it. And then he will drop his spear, get out his bow again, and take a shot at you. Lightning fast.
Of course he will.
Yeah, he can both also do range attacks, I'm afraid. Defensive -5. But you dodge.
I dodge.
You dodge, and Carlio takes another fail. His life is finally slipping away. Ooh, this is intense. Battle of the acrobatics. Styx, your turn.
I'm going to rush him since he has his bow out again.
That is true, but you don't have a weapon.
I still have one sword.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You only changed one. Yeah, you're right.
And then I'm going to use quick draw to draw out another one.
Okay.
It works.
Nice.
And I'm going to attack him.
Yep.
I get 2 attacks.
You do.
15 is a fail. 16 is a fail.
Oh, man.
15 is not a success. What's your quick?
Oh, wait, my quick. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong attribute. My quick's a 15.
Yeah, it should
So,
be a hit.
yeah. So,
What's the damage?
6.
All right. Yeah, his armor is pretty decent. You managed to cut through, but not much. Another shallow cut. Well, he will pick up his spear again and stab you. Sorry, I'm not rolling. You're rolling.
Miss.
Stop playing D&D, Alex.
-5.
-5. No, he hits me. I'm down. Or let's wait. What's his damage?
5.
5. Yeah, even if I roll a 4, that's it.
And with that, he drops the bow, gets up the spear, and as you leap up, he pierces your stomach and rips out the spear. You fall in front of him. He takes up the spear. Let's see, Carlio. Carlio is still alive. Styx, roll me a d20. $15. You have 1 fail, and you're like on the ground looking up, and you see the elf's face. No pity, no emotion at all. Just this pale, cold-eyed face. He looks down on you, and you can see a spear tip appearing in front of your face, touching you between the eyes, and then the elf just applies pressure. And now we're rolling one last roll for Carlio, who rolls a natural 20 and dies at the very same moment. And with that, silence settles upon the tomb of the frozen god. This combat is over. The only one still standing, Kel Cariel, the summer elf. And with that, this expedition comes to an end. Our heroes, in some ways, succeeded. Sadly, not alive enough to enjoy the fruit of their labor. As Davokar, the Dark Forests, claims 4 more victims. Well, guys, thank you for watching. If you're stuck with us for that long, sorry about the technical issues, and I'm really sorry that Russell disappeared, but happens sometimes, sadly enough. We'll see what happened to him. And until then, stay safe, stay away from Davokar, as you have seen, it kills a lot of player characters. And yeah, good luck. I will see you around. Bye-bye and good night.